But before we get to that, I would like us to have the official welcome from AGRA, and I'm going to request to join me here on stage Dr. Apollos Nwafor, Vice President for the Policy and State Capability for AGRA, to welcome our esteemed guest as well. Welcome, Apollos.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We were very pleased that we've come to this point. It's been a journey. I'm not going to take much of your time, but I think it's really important that I have the honor to introduce our very special guest. Maybe by the time we get to the end of the second or third cohort, we will introduce this special guest as our chancellor. And I'll tell you why very quickly. I'll try to summarize. Sometimes they say I talk a lot, but it's okay. It's part of my job. You know, in 2019, when we came together in AGRA, I had just joined, and she said to me, she said, please follow me. We're going to see some presidents. On one of the flights, I had to sit with her for 3 hours. Or was it? Yeah, about 3 hours. And she was downloading to me her vision of agricultural transformation. That was when I knew that I was working for an amazing woman. And then what you see here today is part of her vision to make sure that she raises other leaders like herself, because she believes in agricultural transformation. And much more importantly, with the advent of food systems, we've seen how food systems can be transformed. And she doesn't just say it, she's lived it, because globally, everyone was shocked and, you know, positively amazed as to how she led a global food systems summit in 2021. Some people couldn't believe it. And let me be honest with you, we had some detractors, but she stood her ground. And I keep looking at her and I said, okay. So what you see here today is the birth of a vision she carried, because we sat down together and she says, Apollos, this is what I want to see. This is what we want to achieve. This is how we want to do it. So ladies and gentlemen who will be graduating today, our colleagues, our guests, I want you to join me in welcoming the President of AGRA, Dr. Agnes Kalibata.
Thank you, Apollos. Thank you so much. But this is not about me, right? You made it about me, but this is not about me. This is about everybody else that is here today. We are here to celebrate everybody that participated and made this work what it is today. But thank you for the acknowledgement. So it's amazing that this amazing work is led by two amazing women. So guys, you guys are becoming extinct one of these days. So what do you think is going on? So I really wanted to start by, excuse me, by appreciating the work that Nungari has done and the work that Rebecca has done. Between the two of them, an idea, something that was just an idea, has become what it is today, what you're seeing today. Really now has legs, and I'm sure will soon have wings ready to fly. So we are extremely, extremely excited that you believed in our vision and came along with us. We're extremely excited that you validated what we were thinking about and what we thought we needed. And here's the thing. I mean, I see some Rwandans here. I worked in Rwanda as a Minister of Agriculture. And when I came to Agri and started working from country to country, I could see exactly what I had seen in Rwanda. One challenge after another. There's nothing different. Public institutions have similar challenges. Probably what's different is how they approach those challenges and how they try to come through on those challenges. Yesterday, I was following someone on Agro WhatsApp, and they're trying to say that policy, oh, you know, in Africa, you know, we just cut and paste policies. And I'm like, but if there's a policy on how you grow pineapples, is it going to be very different from Ghana to Uganda? Or is it going to be very different from South Africa to Egypt? No, it's a policy on how you grow pineapples. So some of this we have to accept, to take knowledge from others and build knowledge and really move it around. So the reason we created CALA is recognizing that there's so much information we could share. There's so much that is already happening in our midst. But there's also so much leadership that is needed. And leadership is not, by the way, something from the sky. It's people who make the decisions to be leaders. So you see the challenge and you decide to work on it differently. Some people take it as there's a fair. Other people decide that they're actually going to take it on. So here was what we were trying to do, create an opportunity to give you a chance to understand the type of challenges we have as a continent and remove the isolation we feel as businesses, as institutions, and as leaders. I'm telling you, there's nothing as lonely as being a leader on this continent. Sometimes you just feel like, first of all, you're supposed to be important and not talking to everybody, right? Secondly, you're supposed to know everything. Third, you actually don't know anything. You know, and being able to have the humility to accept that you don't know anything is part of leadership. It's really, really important to recognize that. And part of sharing knowledge and having the opportunity to learn and share with each other is part of leadership. So we wanted to create a space where you don't feel that you're being judged, where you don't feel like learning is a challenge, where you actually realize that that isolation, that challenge you're dealing with every day is not just you. All of us, from east to west, from north to south, we are dealing with the same challenges. And that all of us have solutions that we can share. All of us have seen something small that can work in one place or another that we can share. And share, we have done that. That's the opportunity we created here for you. I hope that you also, one of the other challenges we have as a continent, I think becoming less as a challenge, but used to be a challenge in the past, is the mistrust between public institutions and private sector. Where us in public institutions always see private sector as the people that, just because they make money, they are thieves, right? Their job is to steal money. But there's actually no agricultural sector without a private sector. Does someone have some tissue? Part of I have allergies, so that's part of me. I've grown up with them. So private sector is, I remember one time I participated in a meeting where, what's his name? The guy who does, the Nigerian guy who does students, many students. What's his name? Oh, Tony Ellen. He was sitting on a panel with your former boss in Oxfam, and he's and she said, you business people, you rich people, you business people. And he was like, no, do not criminalize wealth. It's not wrong to be rich. What's wrong with being rich? The question is, so again, us in public institutions sometimes think that people are making, because people are making money, they're making it the wrong way. Actually, our job is to make sure that they make it the right way by having the right instruments to support them, not to prevent them to make money, but to support them to make money. You will see the biggest failure of the agriculture sector is that failure to internalize the role of the private sector. That's probably the failure number one, because we see it as a competition. We see private sector as a competition to a job. We don't put the right instruments to allow them to do what they're supposed to do and to regulate them and to make money off them. Because you see, the world over, everybody makes money from someone else that is making money. So if you're paying a fee to get a service rather than be denied a service, if you're paying a fee for everything you do wrong so that you stay in line, everybody benefits. As me as a public institution benefit, and you as the private sector do the right thing, and the public sector, the public is protected because both of us are doing the right thing. I'm giving you a service, you're doing what you're supposed to do, and I'm regulating you. That's how it is supposed to work. That's how it works world over, but not the competition. Not, I want to release this variety because if I release it, I want to get this and that. I want to do, you know, we have all these things that we need to get rid of if we are going to make agriculture competitive. And it's not just the public sector. The private sector also has to respect the responsibility it has. If you're trying to deliver as private sector, you also have to cherish and honor that and understand the place you hold in society, right? So I think that just having this space that allows us to exchange these values, these responsibilities, but also the opportunities that come with the values, the responsibilities, that we need to make sure that we capitalize on and deliver services to the people of this continent, is the opportunity we're trying to get to you. I've been moving around trying to see mobilize money for CALA, mobilize money for this and that. And one of the things that really just gets to me is just the number of lectures I get over how Africa is not doing this, Africa is not doing that, Africa is not doing that. Guys, we need to put our acts together. I'm tired of begging. And if I'm tired of begging, I imagine our presidents must be tired of begging too. How did we get here? How did we become a nation that goes around begging other people and getting other people listening to us and just nodding their heads and like, okay, yeah, okay. But corruption, but this and that. And honestly, one of the things I came to appreciate at AGRA, working at AGRA, is that, yes, it's true that when you don't have transparency of things, when you don't have clarity of how things are working, corruption can be a very big issue. But it is also the responsibility of all of us to try, who is going to fight corruption? Who is going to do the right thing? If it is not you and I, who is going to say enough is enough? Who is going to say, no, I want to do this? You know. So sometimes we want to believe that these are things that are bigger than us, that someone else is responsible, but actually who? You know, society is built by people. Society is built most importantly by leaders. And that's why we have CALA today. We hope you can be those leaders in society, in the agriculture sector, and we hope you can be those leaders in private sector that do understand that what is important is not now, that what is important is the future of where we are going. Because if our parents had had the opportunities you have, I wouldn't be going around with a begging bowl. You don't want your children to be going around with a begging bowl. That's the thing that makes me wake up every night, every morning, thinking, do I really want to leave this place where I found it? Or is it possible to do something different about it? And honestly, the world is changed by people. It's changed by us. It's changed by you and me. So if every morning you wake up thinking about your children rather than about yourself, you will do the right thing because your children live in the future. they don't live in today. So I think that's the world we need to build. And I think that's the opportunity we have here today. So I'm looking forward to listening to your projects. I hope that you found this time extremely useful and productive. And I hope that you use it to grow, to really work with us to get this sector that has so much potential and yet is delivering so little to a continent that needs that potential to work for it. Akina Desina keeps saying that nobody eats potential. And all of us know that we otherwise would be very rich, right? So I think the opportunity is here. Again, I'm looking forward to listening to you all. And I thank you for giving us the opportunity to work with you. And you've created a community here that you must continue building on. You've created a community here. Now you know each other from north to south, from wherever. And if you missed any address, that's why the institution exists. You can always reach out to us to make sure that we make the right connections. And if you feel like you have any advice for how we can continue improving this is also the opportunity you get. Do not miss a chance to be a leader. You're a leader. You're in this room here today because you're a leader. Do not miss that opportunity. Continue leading and consider yourself a leader because that's what you are. So thank you so much. And thank you again, Nungari, for everything you've done for getting this institution here. And thank you, AMI, for the partnership that has gotten us this far, and Apollos for your leadership. And thank you all again for being part of this journey. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Kabata, for such insight, such wisdom. And as I was sitting there and listening, there's a couple of things I heard. And you were very right. This is a room of leaders in Africa. And I'm very, very grateful that you shared. We need to stop begging because Africa has the solutions to Africa's problems. And it is only by coming together, by uniting with each other rather than competing with each other, that we can truly make a difference. And I'm going to take us on a slight bit of a tangent. Who watched the Morocco-Spain game yesterday and was very happy to be African? And was happy to note that for the first time, probably ever, we Africans made it. So it didn't matter whether we've ever been to Morocco or half the time we think that's North Africa. It's not really Africa. All of us united to celebrate, did we not? So with that spirit, let us continue to celebrate each other today. Let us continue beyond today to celebrate and collaborate and hold up each other across the continent. And it's a very rare opportunity to be able to come together in spaces like this. And so thank you, AGRA, thank you, AMI, thank you, Policy Link, thank you for building this. And without further ado, let's jump straight into presentations. Before we do, I'm going to share a little bit about what's happening today. So we have 8 groups, and I might get onto the stage in case you can't see me, 8 groups today presenting from Rwanda, Uganda, Ethiopia, and Kenya. We have a particular order. Each group will have exactly 30 minutes to present. We will have a timekeeper. Tamina, you can put your hand up. You can look to her. She'll be holding up pieces of paper to tell you how many minutes you have left. At the end of your 30 minutes, please note, you don't have to use your 30 minutes. If you're really good storytellers and you're able to finish in 15, we'll be very happy. At the end of the 30 minutes, I'm going to introduce you in a little bit to our esteemed panel at the front. The panel will have 10 minutes of asking questions. At the end of the 10 minutes, then we'll switch over to the next group. We'll aim to have a tea break just after 10, and we'll aim to have a lunch break just around 12:45 or just before 1. It'll be a really quick lunch. And then we'll have another tea break at about, I think, 3:40, 3:45 p.m. And then when we have finally done all our presentations, our panel will actually share with us feedback on generally the themes they saw, the insight they've seen, any advice they might have for you all going forward to collaborate. And as you're going forward, they're actually marking you on a specific rubric that they have just to see the various elements of how you told your story of the last 16 months. When all that is done, your certificates will be conferred on you and we will celebrate together. Let me introduce you to the panel that's going to be with us for most of the day. And when I do introduce you, it might take some stretching and yoga just to wave to everyone in the room. We start with Dr. Apollos Nwafor, Vice President of Policy and State Capability, AGRA. Thank you, Dr. Apollos. We also have Rebecca Harrison, CEO and co-founder of the Africa Management Institute, Robert Auma, Regional Director for Policy Link, and esteemed Dr. Kalibata, please feel free to also join us if you would like. No pressure here. So that's our panel. Shall we get started? Are we ready? Amazing. So we're not going to have opportunities for those of us listening to others' presentations to ask questions because we're very limited on time. But during your tea breaks, during your lunch breaks, if you've heard something that a group has presented, feel free to have the conversations with them. And just like we supported Morocco yesterday, let's support each other. At the end of the presentations, let's show our celebration of each other and let's really listen in. I know it's a long day. I know some of us have traveled. We're probably tired. We're going to try and give you as much coffee and tea as possible. But while we are in this space, let's take the time to respectfully listen to each other's presentations. Okay? And with that, I'd like to call up the first group, Team Icherekezo from Rwanda, to make their presentation. So Team Icherekezo, I think the person presenting is virtual. I also want to mention, you will see the screens in front of you. We have some participants who were unable to join us in person today. And so Karibu, welcome. We also celebrate you. While you might not be here in person, we are very grateful for technology because you can be with us virtually. So I think there's a team member who will present from there. And we will try and make sure that on chat, we can let you know how much time you have left. So just checking in for a sound check. Is the person online who'll be presenting ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Can you hear me?
You're ready? Can we hear you well? We're just trying to see if we can hear you.
Okay.
That's
My
Belinda,
name's
right?
Belinda.
Belinda,
Just
could you
checking.
just try and speak again so we see if we can hear you?
Sure. My name's Belinda. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Loud and clear. You are coming across like the voice of something supernatural. It's fantastic.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, Belinda, when you're ready.
Great. Thanks so much for this opportunity. Good morning, everyone. My name's Belinda Giza. I'm the Managing Director of Tubura by One Acre Fund. I'll just keep prompting you to the next slide. Next slide. On the agenda today, my colleagues and I will be talking through our action learning project focus, the maize value chain diagnostic, including what we heard from farmers in Kirehe district. We'll go through proposed solutions, our leadership lessons that we got from CALA, and we'll end with the 2022-23 project map. Next slide. Getting into the next slide again, our action learning topic today. If you can go to the next slide. Yeah, next. Our action learning topic today, we chose enhancing commercialization in the maize value chain. And this is aligned to Rwanda's national priority, inclusive markets and value addition, which focuses on the transformation of agriculture from a subsistence sector to a knowledge-based value creating sector. The challenge that we're seeking to solve is the market inefficiencies in the maize value chain, and specifically post-harvest. From our extensive research and experience, we noted 4 main challenges. 1, price fluctuation. There is high volatility in prices, mainly due to unpredictable supply and quality. 2nd, inadequate and costly financing going to the agricultural private sector. 3rd, low private sector investments with few large buyers buying very minimal local production. And 4th, lack of infrastructure for adequate post-harvest handling, which has led to more than 90% below grade 1 maize and more than 20% post-harvest losses. We propose contract farming as a key tool to resolve these challenges. Contract farming is an agreement between farmers and buyers for the production and supply of agricultural products under forward agreements, frequently at predetermined prices. Contract farming is an effective tool that can be used to stabilize market prices, act as collateral to enable investments and benefit farmers with investments, to enhance quality, secure harvest quantities, and reduce post-harvest losses. Next slide. We'll be moving to the maize value chain diagnostic. We performed an extensive maize value chain diagnostic in order to determine where to focus our intervention. This slide highlights the key challenges in the maize value chain, and I'll mention a few. In production, although out of scope for this project, has a number of challenges, such as low yield. In Rwanda, we have an average of below 2 metric tons per hectare, which is a 40% yield gap. And this is contributed to by climate change vulnerability and poor agricultural practices, where we have about 70% non-compliance to good agricultural practices. In the harvest and post-harvest and storage category, the key challenge here is the lack of infrastructure for post-harvest handling and storage. In aggregation, processing, and trading, the key challenge is the cost of aggregation due to Rwanda's small land sizes and high logistics costs. And lastly, in the enabling environment, there is limited private sector investment in the maize value chain. We have weak governance structures in farmer cooperatives and inadequate policies and enforcement to enable private sector investment. Next slide. An assessment was done of 1.4 million farmers harvesting a total of 400,000 metric tons of maize annually. And we found there's still a major gap with a small minority of harvest, approximately 10%, being sold to premium buyers at fair prices. As you see here on your left, there is a blue bar that shows 35% of harvest being used for home consumption by farmers, 2% sold by farmers to the local market, and another 2% sold by farmers to premium markets, to premium buyers. The yellow bar shows local traders selling about 33% of harvest to the local market, 20% to city markets, and only 3% to premium buyers. The red bar illustrates farmer co-ops selling only 5% of total harvest to premium markets. Next slide. This slide here illustrates the difference in prices in the sector, mostly driven by quality requirements. As an example, buyer A buys premium maize, and the prices offered are usually above government set floor prices with high quality requirements, but the lowest quantity purchased. Whereas the local traders at the bottom of the graph purchase the most harvest at the lowest prices and lowest quality requirements. Starting from the far left columns, you'll see categories of buyers from premium, animal feed, local traders. Buyers usually buy on grain or cob, and these vary in price depending on the quality of the product. The main determinants of maize quality harvest are aflatoxin and moisture content. And you'll see in the far right columns, there's a variance between high to low quality requirements, which determine the range of purchase prices. Next slide. This slide illustrates buyer economics. Buyers incur aggregation and post-harvest handling costs like storage and drying. For instance, buyer B incurs a total cost of 266 francs per kilo, including cost of harvest, aggregation, and post-harvest handling. And the buyer sells at the government set price at 240 francs per kilo, and therefore incurs a loss of 26 francs per kilo. Same applies if they purchase on cob or on grain. Local traders, however, if you look at your far right column, purchase at the lowest cost, incur minimal aggregation and post-harvest handling costs. And in this case, the local trader incurs a cost of 172 francs per kilo and makes a margin of 69 francs per kilo if they sell on government set prices at the 240 price. However, we know in reality, local traders sell at lower than government set prices and so make better and bigger margins. And again, this is to illustrate that As it stands now, there is an opportunity to improve buyer economics. And we have two opportunities that we highlight here. One, pricing methodology in regulatory price guidelines should include cost of aggregation and post-harvest management. There's also an opportunity to improve cost efficiencies through better aggregation models and improve technology for post-harvest handling. Next slide. Now I'll pass it on to Peter to take us through the farmer visit in Kirehe district.
Thank you so much, Belinda. Good morning, everyone. I'm called Peter Naganda. I'm advisor to the Minister of State and the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources in Rwanda. I'm going to take you through a few slides regarding the field visit we did in Kirehe district, one of the most maize producing districts in Rwanda. This was done to complement the desk research we had done that Belinda has just highlighted. Next slide, please. Yeah, discussing with the farmers about the most recent challenges in the maize value chain, they stated there's some challenges that really relate to the issue we are trying to address. Key challenges they stated was lack of drying infrastructure, not just because they are lacking, but because they are far from their producing areas. And some of them were willing to even invest in sheetings for temporary post-harvest handling mechanisms, but there was a competition with the livestock keepers because it was a period of drought where they're using those sheeting to keep water to for their animal drinking. Also, in some areas where the government has invested in the dry sheds, they are located a bit far from the areas where farmers are producing from. And all those result into increased transport cost to the side of the farmers, which eventually reduces the margin. And also that affects the poor quality, that affect the quality of maize, as when the maize is not well dried, the moisture content will be high and risks the high level of aflatoxin, which also increases the post-harvest loss. That's now about 20%. Next slide, please. No. Okay, thank you. Another challenge they stated was price. Sorry. Previous slide. Previous slide, please. No. Next one. Yes. Yeah. Another challenge they stated was sale price fluctuation. This is normally the price is set through a joint mechanism where the private sector sits with the government and then they agree on the minimum price. But at the end, as farmers keep harvesting, the price will change, and then the farmers will not have control on the price. So mainly the buyers will dictate the price. Farmers also have limited negotiation power, and they mostly depend on what buyers bring. And again, the farmers also complained about the traders paying at low prices, but this is the case when buyers go to farmers and then enforce them to sell their maize before they harvest. When farmers need cash and they can't get cash on time, then they prefer selling their produce before maturing so that they can get cash to solve their quick problems. All those lead to low profits for farmers, and then low-grade maize for farmers, which would result into lower margins for them. Next slide. In addition to that, we also realized, discussing with the farmers, that farmers consider maize as a key commodity for food security. And also another challenge that hampered their realization of the actual cost of production is that they don't count for labor as part of input cost. And that really impairs them to knowing what actually are gaining in terms of profits. We also, the large scale farmers, they told us that they are gaining about 20 francs per kilogram, which at that time, and also for us, we think that that's not worth the effort they put. Cooperatives are still weak. They are not operating yet the really business entities as we wish them to become. And as such, they can't invest enough into post-harvest handling infrastructures, or even make the case that it would be interesting to the financial institutions to increase their investments. Yeah, although we focus on post-harvest, but seed variety is very critical to ensure resistance to weather shocks. Here, the government has done a lot to become self-sufficient in terms of seeds. But again, we see that they're not very much resistant yet to the shocks. Maybe we'll expand more in the Q&A session. Thank you. I can invite my colleague Belinda to take us through the solutions we have proposed to these challenges. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not Belinda. My name is Alphonsine Mutako. I work for Rwanda Grain and Cereal Corporation. I'm the manager. I will take you through the solution, the proposed solution. Next slide. We thought after our analysis and going through farmers, as Peter have said, and other stakeholders, we proposed the contract farming. We chose contract farming because found that we have some infrastructures and facilities already installed in the government. So we thought on how to organize the available infrastructures to serve the purpose of solving problems related to quality that Peter have been going through. We thought arranging stakeholders in a way that farmers can access the available infrastructure, drying facilities in particular, and storage facilities. In Rwanda, harvesting time for maize is normally from February to May, and that time Rwanda have a lot of rainfall, in particular when we don't have these issues of climate change. We used to have a lot of rainfall, and this time farmers are struggling a lot to handle their maize. So advocating for pricing by the government to see the setting price mechanism and how it can serve the farming community and the processing institutions. Then from there, access to drying facilities, whereby silos and the drying facilities geographically located nearby farmers, or statistically knowing where the location of production is and matching it with the infrastructure available in the places. So contract farming was a solution we deemed to be useful to solve the problem of quality issues. We thought of this because the quality issue is affecting prices so much that farmers, after harvesting their produces, they cannot have good quality required at the premium market. As Belinda said, the premium market is offering good price to farmers, but again, due to poor quality, farmers cannot access that. As a long-term solution, we are thinking of, as we commercialize maize, we are investing in behavior change so that more farmers farm like a business deal, not like just a commodity for eating. And then commercial maize farming should eventually be focused or on largely consolidated land from higher profit, and more farmer land to be switched to high value crops. Right? Next slide. So in our value chain, there in the contract farming, there are basic elements that are needed to make it a tool. in the market element perspective, it should be long-term market. It should state clearly the price and paying mechanism. As physical elements, the partners should partner in a way that there is quality input on time, extension service, and transport and the access to other facilities. And the governance of contract, it should be fair. We've realized that the available contracts doesn't state the roles, it doesn't emphasize on how it can be enforced, and therefore it is taken to be something that is not really tangible. So it can't serve two parties who are engaged in contract. So next. We assess the available contracts among our contracting parties that are now used. We find that above 90%, they don't qualify being a contract to be used by engaging parties. Next. So when we piloted, we found that paying mechanism, farmers value paying times. When they're paying, then farmers are not happy of it. So when farmers in the part we assessed, we find they prefer less than 5 days of paying. That's when they feel like their business is working. In the input support, some buyers say that inputs on credit until harvesting would help them. On extension service, training in good agricultural practices and post-harvest would enable them also reach high quality. And then training farmers on production cost. Most farmers could not count the cost of production. So this was part of what the contract farming could save to these farmers. Next. Next. I invite Belinda again to talk on the impact of this project. Thank you.
Thanks, Alphonsine. Can you hear me? We are piloting the contract farming tool with over 13,000 smallholder farmers, 2 buyers, and over 8,700 metric tons of maize buyback. East African Exchange One Premium Buyer is signing with 48 co-ops, over 3,000 smallholder farmers within those co-ops, purchasing over 2,400 metric tons of quality harvest. And the contract consists of EAX facilitation of farmer input financing by offering guarantees to banks that finance these co-ops. EAX is also offering extension services, advancing payments, and making quick payments to ensure harvest commitment and quality produce. Successful contracting will minimize post-harvest losses and have them at around 8%. The second buyer that we're working with is One Acre Fund, who's signing contracts with 10,000 farmers, buying 6,300 metric tons of maize, and providing production extension support, input financing, and post-harvest handling training. One Acre Fund will also provide advance payments in order to increase commitment of farmer produce. And the reason for advance payments I want to highlight is really to minimize side selling, because availability of cash is very important to smallholder farmers. This support will minimize post-harvest losses as well and bring them down to 5%. Next slide. Getting deeper into the One Acre Fund pilot, there'll be 3 main benefits, as you see on your right. 1, price premium. One Acre Fund will offer higher purchase prices compared to other traders, and so farmers selling to One Acre Fund would benefit from this premium. Second, there'll be saving on shelling and transport costs, because One Acre Fund will be purchasing unshelled maize at the farm gate. So farmers will therefore who sell to One Acre Fund will save for not spending on shelling or transportation. The third is quantity wasted. Since One Acre Fund is purchasing maize on the cob, we hypothesize the percentage of maize wasted by One Acre Fund farmers is lower than that of other farmers, especially those who sell their maize shelled. The table on the left illustrates this comparison between a 1 acre fund farmer and what we're calling a control farmer. That's a non-1 acre fund farmer in the same geography. And we see that the total gain per kilogram of a 1 acre fund farmer will be 48 francs. And the total impact, which is the additional profits that a 1 acre fund farmer will get, will be $40 in comparison to incremental profits in comparison to the non-1 acre fund farmer. And this will translate into $1.9 million of total impact delivered by 1 acre fund from the maize harvest buybacks in 2023. Next slide. The new contracts signed during this pilot will benefit 1 acre fund in two main ways. One, increase cost efficiencies by better farmer selection and therefore lower aggregation costs. So these contracts that we'll be signing there'll be better selection of farmers that are staying within the same geography, and so that will reduce the transportation costs. The second is additional farmer services from 1 acre fund to secure harvest quantity and quality commitments. And we believe this will result into reduced post-harvest losses and increase 1 acre fund margins by more than 40%. Next slide. If this is done effectively, we see contract farming being the first most critical step to solving the main challenges in the maize value chain. And going through a few. One, the contracts give parties some security to increase investments in infrastructure for aggregation and storage. The buyers are also able to invest downstream in small farm irrigation and post-harvest handling technology. The second benefit, contracts offer price stability through the forward price agreements. The third, contracts act as collateral and therefore de-risk financing in the maize value chain. Fourth, we see policy advocacy as a next step. Currently not in the scope of this project, but after we can demonstrate successful contract farming and gather learnings, will facilitate private sector-led engagement of government on policy improvement recommendations, especially around a few things. One, price minimum enforcement. The second, maize harvest price setting methodology. The third, contract farming regulatory guidelines. And fourth, eventually look into zoning areas that are best suited for maize production. Now I'll pass it on to Bosco, who will take us through the project roadmap.
Good morning. My name is Bosco Gatanazi. I work for National Agriculture Export Development Board, NAEB in Rwanda, as a strategic investment analyst and team member of this Icherekezo team. So I want to go through the key lessons of what we have been, of what we have seen during these 16 months in key observations and the other insight of the listeners. So we have seen key sector constraints, ownership, and the other reasons in relation to ownership, capacity, collaboration, team, and cost content. In terms of key sector constraints, we have seen that pricing is one of key, where we have seen that these market prices are not normally predetermined because of kind of supply, as it has been tackled by my colleagues. This inconsistency of supply and also lack of contracts make that the pricing is set just close to the harvest, which is really a big problem. And there is also high cost of aggregation due to small land size and the many formal players in the sector of the maize value chain. This is another reason that we have seen. There is also kind of low margins vis-a-vis investment required, where people or investors see that they have kind of perception that this is somehow a food crop rather than maybe investment to make more profit. There is also another reason that we have seen in regards to ownership. It has been said in the room that sometimes key stakeholders they have some kind of mistrust. And when during the ownership or to solve the problem, each stakeholder he is focusing on his own perspective instead of maybe see how they can collaborate or how he can own his solutions or contribute to solutions to face these challenging problems. There is also another reason in relation to the capacity where there is skills. Skills we have in this sector, we have many players, but with some kind of limited skills in order to solve or to make more innovations in this sector, which make really another problem of the sector. There is also kind of still a weak insurance scheme for farmers because sometimes in the financing sector, they really somehow sensitive on risks. And they see that these risks associated with the sector is still a big challenge of the sector. Next. So as I have said, curious in relation to collaboration to team and also course content, we have seen that collaboration among stakeholders in public, private, and civil society is very instrumental to the success of interventions. If we are even talking about contract farming, it means that it cannot be really successful if collaboration is not really owned by everyone in the sector. There is also, we have seen stakeholder workshop. I can profit this opportunity to really recognize the AGRA, which support us to conduct two stakeholder workshop. And you really did your best, financiers, or to support us to make it happen, because this was there to make or to make good piloting of the contract farming, but after collecting insights from the key stakeholders, and it was really very successful. In terms of team, we have seen different courses in this. We have seen course called Influencing Others, another course called Problem Solving, and other agroecological consideration and coaching. Those really have shown that this sector needs to have critical thinking in order. I have seen there is a group which is called maybe Beyond Production. We don't need to focus on production, but also beyond the production is very good. I thank you so much, and I invite Peter just 1 minute to take us about the roadmap. Thank you.
Just noting that your time is almost up, so let's be really quick so we can.
Thank you so much. I'm going to be very brief. Go to the last slide. This is a trajectory that we have come through towards where we are. Remind that we are not yet finished on the recording the results, because maize value chain takes 6 months and more, and we wanted to do it to test the solution if it works as expected. I'm going to emphasize on the last part of it, where we are going to keep pursuing how the contract is working with the partners. And as a team, we discussed that CALA is just a program that we are going to graduate today, but the initiative we have is not going to end, because we want to influence. You have seen the challenges, and we want to be part of the solution. Between December and February, we are going to harvest the record being, we are going to record the harvest being collected by those 2 buyers that you have shown. And also we measure the potential gain in commitment to contract to compare to what has been expected. You saw the expected impact that Belinda has just presented. And also we record the income potential gain from contract farming. And from there, we develop a strategy for scaling up and advocacy. We'll see what went well, that we need the government and the other stakeholders, including the private sector, to scale up, and also what did not go as expected to use them as a lesson to improve. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to head to the panelists. I'll give you a second mic here. I think you have a mic. You have 10 minutes. Just ask any questions, any insights, any advice, anything missing.
So since I've been given the mic, let me start. Yeah. No, I think this is really good, knowing that these are diverse institutions from diverse places. So the most important part of this whole thing is how they come together as institutions to find a solution to a problem, a problem that they share. So for me, the first question would be, let's see.
Would it make sense? Sure. Yes. So if we could ask the whole team that's present to come. We might actually ask.
So can I continue with my question?
Yes.
I'll give them a mic to respond. Go ahead, Dr. Kaliba.
Yeah. So the question that I have for you all is really simple. What did you know based on this partnership that you didn't know before? What did you learn that you didn't know before? And how is that going to be helpful?
Request just take a couple of questions and then respond. Any other questions? Maybe two more.
Yeah, so thanks so much to the group from Rwanda, Ikierekezo. I hope I pronounced that correctly. What does it mean? Vision. Vision. Oh, great, excellent. First of all, let me congratulate you for identifying this value chain of maize. It takes a bit of courage because maize is a highly political crop in Africa. In some ways, and in some countries, maybe I should say that, Agnes. Yes, in Kenya, certainly. And I don't know enough about Rwanda, but I do know that in many places, we often equate maize with food security. So congrats for that. And also for picking out contract farming, which can be very relevant for maize, as you are showing us as a solution, but can also become broadly relevant for other crops as well, especially if it becomes institutionalized. I did have some quick comments, just take a minute. The understanding of the political economy of maize for Rwanda is something that might be interesting for you to deepen. So this is not really a question, it's just how important is maize? Who are the main players? For food security in Rwanda, what place does maize occupy, and so on. And secondly, there are other potential solutions, and it would be nice to see what thought process you went through to arrive at contract selling versus something else that could have been a potential solution. And with regard to contract farming specifically, I know that one of the biggest challenges is side selling. I think one of you, was Belinda or somebody, made reference to this. So dealing with that, especially at smallholder level, is really important. It frustrates a lot of the buyers. You know that in barley farming, in other places, pirate farm, etc., the larger scale farmers are more likely to respect contracts than the smaller scale farmers. So the mechanisms that are in place to address the potential problem of large-scale contract farm side selling, as a problem, that's something worth looking into. Final quick comment. I think on the lessons, I really loved your presentation. I think this is great. It actually demonstrates leadership. Some of the lessons strike me as sort of coached like challenges. So a lesson is something that I have learned from my work, that this works or this doesn't work, right? And then we can pick on it and use it. But if we say, for instance, that we have learned that there is a problem of that and that, so that's still respecting the challenge. Versus discussing a lesson that's come out. I think that's it from me. I'm really excited to follow this and see where we land with it. I'd do any of my colleagues want to?
Right, thanks. Very quickly, I, like Robert, like Dr. Kalibata and the others, I do really appreciate this presentation. It demonstrates very strong partnership among the institutions, but it also demonstrates that we're taking a much more holistic approach to addressing a problem rather than addressing it from a fragmented point of view. So this is actually excellent. I think I largely agree with everything. I just wanted to ask for clarity. When we say that, you know, that I think it was Belinda who said that 1 acre fund was going to, you know, buy the unshelled maize, you know, pay for the transport as well as the shelling, you know, and all that, and then pay in advance. I was wondering, how do you cover that risk? Who pays for that risk? Where is 1 acre fund able to pay for that risk from? And at the end of the day, where does the burden of that cost rest? Is it on the consumer who goes to the market to buy the final product, or is that cost covered somewhere else? It would be nice to, you know, to find out that. Yeah, and smart move though. Even though Robert has a challenge with that, but I thought it was a smart move to, you know, to pay in advance, because it then ties the smallholder farmer down. So it might, my opinion is, it might be a cultural issue, because if you go to some other countries like Somalia, you don't even need to sign any contract. They honor the agreements, right? If that's the case in Rwanda, then that's fine. You know, you're sure the smallholder farmer is not going to sell by the side. But I mean, these middlemen can be very interesting. They could offer something bigger. But yeah, thanks.
Thanks. Well done, team. This was fantastic. I really enjoyed the presentation. And you know what I loved was that sometimes we say, you know, you need to fall in love with a problem, not fall in love with your solution. And I felt like all of you showed that you got attached to this problem, and you've come away passionate about solving it long term. And your name, Vision, I won't try to pronounce it, I don't want to get it wrong, but it is really appropriate for that. So really well done. I love that you, the problem was really clearly defined. You identified a solution that was implementable. So you showed us some broader options, but you focused in on the contract farming. I like that you got out in the field and you talked to real people and you really tried to understand the issues beyond the technical issues. I thought your assessment of impact was excellent, and the actual impact itself was really impressive. I'd love to understand, I don't know if we'll have time now, but I'd love to understand, obviously you leveraged, Belinda, your role in 1 Acre Fund, and you've really leveraged 1 Acre Fund for this pilot, which is great, that's pragmatic. I'm wondering how you feel about scaling beyond. It's a little bit perhaps related to Apollos' question. Is it scalable beyond 1 Acre Fund? How scalable is it? And I'd be really interested in your kind of personal and team learnings. So a little, as Robert said, you showed how the learning, your courses related to the challenges, but I didn't get a sense of what you've wrestled with as a team and as individuals, and perhaps to Agnes's question around how are you different coming out of this? Not just technically, what have you learned, but what have you learned as leaders?
Thank you very much. So we have about 5 minutes. I'll ask the team to respond. Please go ahead. And also Belinda, if you're online, I would like to respond as well.
And don't try and respond to everything. I would say in 5 minutes, pick the things that you'd like to talk about.
Absolutely. And over the tea break, feel free. I think we'll need to switch.
Yeah, thank you so much, the panel, for your compliments and also great questions. I try to go through some and pass others to my colleagues. Starting from the very first question, Dr. Agnes asked, how do we come together? I think that's the success of CALA. This came after we had several sessions of the food systems national dialogues that Dr. Agnes was leading at global level, that called every stakeholders in food system to think beyond their box of thinking and build synergies to tackle the common problem. And that inspired us, and that has driven us till today. And that's how we succeeded being together. Of course, we had some challenges along the way, but we were kept motivated by that call of working together, of building synergies, of thinking food as a system rather than just being at one point, also going beyond the blame game between the public and private. Of course, in our discussion, I and my colleague are from the government, Alphonse from a parastatal agents, Belinda from social enterprise. So we had diverging interests and also voices, but at the end, we end up finding a middle ground. I think I can respond to that in that way. Belinda, could you respond? What did you know that you did not know before?
Yeah, thanks, Peter. I think I'll combine that with the question on lessons as well and team learnings. So I think I personally, and I think most of my group members went into this thinking, there could be some technical solution, like what technically is missing and what can we do technically. And so we went at it through the diagnostic to really think through, what's missing in terms of the technical capacities. When we came out of it, thankfully, we really went deep into stakeholder consultation, talking to farmers, talking to buyers, government, and other financial institutions. We realized that actually, the stakeholders are masters in their trade. They know what needs to be done better than anyone. They know what the challenges are. So the issue is not so much technical. It's really around collaboration. We really learned that this problem is complex. I think one of the panelists said it's a political crop. So it's not very easy. It's heavily subsidized in Rwanda. Most farmers grow maize. It's a food security crop. But so there is a lot of complexity in fixing the value chain. It's a low margin product as well. Rwanda has small land sizes, and so it's not very competitive on the international market. And so we really looked at it and came to realize it's very complex. And I think coming out of it, we learned that the one best solution or learning is collaboration. It's not one technical magic bullet or answer. It's really collaborating and ensuring that, and I love what CALA did with putting all of us from different sectors together. It really helped us, push through some of these complexities and use our individual organizations to put forward a solution that could potentially be that stepping stone to long-term solutions in the sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Belinda. Alphonse, do you touch on how we think site setting could be addressed?
Okay, I think I can also add to what Belinda said. In the beginning, we thought the solution could be so wide. We thought of other investment in infrastructure, which couldn't be realized immediately. Until in the end, we found that collaboration could work easily and provide affordable solution. So we thought of crafting the contract farming for immediate solution of the problem we were thinking. So that goes with the question you asked about why contract farming. So the side selling, we thought of it is a challenge whereby farmers, because of poor handling of their crops, they end up being like connived by other buyers through offering some advances, and they don't bother handling the maize. So it becomes easy for these side sellers side buyers to take their maize. I think that is it.
To add on that, maybe as you go forward with the contract, we want to involve the local leadership to be witness on the contract so that they can follow up with the cooperative to ensure that we can minimize side setting. Of course, we can't halt it or 100% because it's a human behavior issue, but by involving local leadership and also with a well-organized cooperative, we think that those would be the bottom line, but also with that relationship between the buyer and the cooperative, when the trust increases, then the side setting reduces gradually. On the question that Rebecca asked, how we think to extend, to scale beyond 1 acre fund. As you might have seen during the presentation, we are piloting this contract with the 1 acre fund, but also with the East Africa Commodity Exchange. There are two. We took advantage of 1 acre fund being part of the team, but also another player, East Africa Commodity Exchange, as key buyer, whom we are piloting with the contract. Then the lessons from those two buyers will give us an evidence to present to other stakeholders, including the government, and share and also see how to scale up beyond the two companies. Belinda, do you want to?
Sorry, we're almost out of time. 30 more seconds.
Just one minute for Belinda to clarify who will bear the burden. You, as Dr. Paulos asked, who will bear the burden of transport, sharing?
Yeah, so this buyer-farmer relationship, 1 acre fund bears most of the risk. But as Peter mentioned, once you start building the trust in these contracts, we're already seeing it. Farmers want to sign the contract with you because you guarantee that purchase. And once you do that season on season, that risk is mitigated. We had the buyer economics slide that we presented, which really shows that buyers outside, even beyond 1 acre fund, are really struggling with low margins. And so that is kind of our next step, to go through the pricing methodology to make sure that costs are all captured and we have competitive selling prices so that buyers can continue investing in the value chain. And I really like Dr. Kolabata's call on public sector really enabling environment for private sector. And that is really our hope, is that we're using this as evidence to really capture actual costs, what the risks are, and then we can advocate with the different stakeholders to be able to mitigate some of these risks. But as for now, 1 acre fund takes on really that risk, which we think will be minimized over time with built trust. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Can everyone really help me applaud? They set the standard. And I also want to recognize it was seamless. The fact that, Belinda, you were not physically here in the room was not quite obvious to us. So that was really, really great. Thank you so much for that amazing hybrid presentation. I'm going to ask the second group, which is Group Beyond Transformation from Ethiopia, to come and set up, to present. And as you do, oh, they're online. Okay, so I believe they're online as well. And as we do, I have seen some questions in the chat, and I know some other delegates here have questions. We have a very packed day, so unfortunately, we won't be able to take the delegate questions in the room or online, but please do have the conversations at the tea break, or if you're online, just on chat. And beyond, we hope this is not the end of your connection. So Team Beyond Transformation from Ethiopia, are you ready? That's Samira. Samira, are you there? Samira, oh, there we go.
Yes. Good morning, God. I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Someone will be letting you know how much time you have left, and please feel free to go ahead and share your screen. You have 30 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I'm Samira Mohammed. I'm part of Team Beyond Production. Today I will be presenting our ALP results, what we have done so far. So I'm from the NGO sector. I'm managing director at a local NGO called Gate for Opportunity. My colleagues will introduce themselves later on. So to proceed with the contents, we have chosen to work on a toolkit for gender responsive climate actions in Ethiopia. We chose this topic because we know that climate change is a threat to Ethiopia because the country is vulnerable to adverse impacts of climate change. This is mainly due to rain-fed agriculture with less input. Its geographical location and topography also has a contribution, and also low adaptive
Click on slideshow so we can see it. We can currently see the PowerPoint deck. So just click on slideshow.
You see it now. It's on slideshow.
If you click at the top, just on slideshow in your tab where it says home. If not, that's okay. Let's not, we don't want to take away your time. Go ahead, Samira.
I'm putting it on slideshow. What about now?
That's fine. Go ahead.
But you are missing the slides if it's not on slideshow. Some are overlapped.
That's okay. We'll just continue because we have a lot of groups that also need to go ahead.
Okay. So the country has low adaptive capacity, as I already mentioned it. We can remember a recent phenomenon that affected Ethiopia as well as Eastern Africa due to warming phenomena, which left about 6.8 million people in urgent need of humanitarian assistance. This recent phenomena, so climate change is very threat to the country. It has created several diseases to animals and also impacted people living in different parts of the country. So when you see the temperature change in Ethiopia, it's warming starting from the early 90s up to now. It's changing dramatically, as it's also common to other parts of the continent. So why do we focus on gender in climate actions? Climate change, as I have mentioned, is a threat. So why do we need to include gender in climate actions? We know that different climate change mitigation and adaptation actions are undertaking in the country, but those actions also limit gender perspective. We know that all human beings are affected by climate change. However, the poor communities are mostly vulnerable to climate change, and majority of the poor communities are women. Vulnerability is dependent on large parts on the access to resources. This can be physical resource, financial, human resource, social, and natural resources. So the more assets a household has, the less vulnerable it becomes. So vulnerability in general emanates from socio-economic disparities that can exist between different gender groups. Farmers in their respective social roles are differently impacted by climate change because men and women may have different social roles depending on the community or on the society. So when you see this table, it summarizes how roles, resources, access to information, and decision-making impacts men and women differently. For example, when you see roles, men and women have different roles in agriculture and the household. So in the face of drought, men can migrate for economic reasons, while women may stay at home, and it creates workload to women. So it has different impact for both men and women. And during water scarcity, for example, women may have to walk several distances to collect water, while they have less time to carry other activities at home. So the burden climate change has on women is different than men. The other example, let us see access to information. For example, access to information, as women spend more time at home, they might not have access to workshops or trainings on climate variabilities. On the other hand, men may have better opportunity to attend trainings and access other informations related to climate change. So this is just to say there is a link between climate change and gender. So to address these challenges of climate change, every climate action at any level should recognize the particular needs, priorities, and realities of men and women, so that both sexes will be benefited from the interventions that we design and implement. However, when we see the implementation of inclusive actions, of climate actions or climate adaptation and mitigation actions, they are challenged by several factors in Ethiopia. Those can be categorized into awareness and mindset of implementing actors, which has several consequences on the final result of climate change actions. Enabling environment, it can be expressed in policy and strategies that address all community members to adapt to climate change. And the other factor can be resource allocation. Sometimes appropriate resource might not be allocated for interventions that targets both groups. And the last can be as capacity and knowledge gap among implementing actors, because this has been seen in different reviews and in different research that we accessed. So our LLP comes here. The toolkit that we developed tries to address the challenge of awareness and mindset of actors, and also the capacity or knowledge gap among implementing actors. This is collected, or we reached into this conclusion of ALP project because we have reviewed and consulted different individuals. We have reviewed the policy and strategy of the country, national adaptation plan, as well as implementation roadmap of climate change actions. And also we have desk reviewed different documents that are done at individual levels, research papers, and also gender analysis that are done by different government actors that focus on climate change. So all those documents indicated that the challenges are more or less related to the four factors that I mentioned earlier. And mainly there is also mindset and also knowledge gap among implementing actors. So when we select this as ALP projects, why do we consider it as ALP? Because it also aligns with the Ethiopian policy investment framework as well as CADEP programs. It aligns with those programs as well, because in one of the pillars, for example, in the policy investment framework of the country is improving natural resource management and utilization. So here there is a plan to address climate change by improving natural resource management. As you know, also climate change and gender are also cross-cutting issues, so they are included in those agricultural flagships of the country. And also the other pillar that aligns with our topic is ensuring sustainable agricultural production, which is indicated also in the policy investment framework of the country, as well as in the CADEP programs. So how do we select the solution, the final solution? We come up with different proposals in our team. We have proposed to develop information dissemination tool that is in the form of application, for example, so that we disseminate different information for actors through mobile apps. The other solution is toolkit with basic concepts on gender responsive actions. And the third was just implementing gender responsive empowerment project. So those were the solutions that we proposed as a team. Finally, we have decided on the second solution, that is developing toolkit. Why do we select this? Because we have set some criteria. Sorry. The first is the country's context. considering the country's context, develop application app, and also to implement gender responsive empowerment projects may take much longer time, as well as much deeper expertise. So considering this, we focused on the second one, and the duration of the program as well. The CALA program was 16 months only. So we assume that the required.
Samira, we seem to be losing you. Yeah, I think, Samira, your connection might be, she's still there? Okay, so we have someone in the team who can go ahead and continue for us.
It provides basic understanding about gender concepts and how to integrate gender as climate change actions. It also includes
Samira, we
gender
seem to
considering all aspects of climate related.
be losing you. So would you like us to ask Ibrahim to...
Hello?
Hi, Samira, we seem to be losing you because of your connection. Would you like Ibrahim to continue?
Yes, he can continue.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Just keep going. If we lose you again, we'll ask Abraham to continue.
Okay, thank you.
Samira, you can go ahead. Okay, I think we've lost
So
you.
what really happens in the action learning project was we have accomplished different activities, starting from preparation of the document. We have reviewed different documents to prepare the toolkit and also consulted different individuals that works in gender and climate change. And also we have done consultation with stakeholders before preparation of the toolkit. This was a Zoom meeting that focused on consultation of the toolkit, how they perceive the toolkit, if it's developed, how what their feedback are, and how it can contribute to further implement different actions related to climate change. So we have gathered several important feedbacks during this consultation, and we updated and we incorporated those feedbacks during the preparation of the toolkit. And the other activity we have accomplished is toolkit document preparation.
Samira, we seem to be losing you, so Abraham's going to take over.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Samira, thank you. I don't know if you hear me. Thank you, everyone, for your attention. And my name is Abraham Andreas. I'm from the Team Beyond Production team from Ethiopia. And the reason why we picked the name Team Beyond Production is if you look at the motto of Ministry of Agriculture, it's beyond production. So we wanted to carry over this motto and do something that can contribute to the motto as well. So Samira did a very great presentation in terms of how we picked this topic and the journey we made in terms of preparing the toolkit. So the reason why we picked this gender responsiveness in climate change toolkit, as she mentioned, we reviewed a number of documents prepared by public institutions, development partner, and research institutions in Ethiopia and beyond to understand the topic under discussion. And after reviewing the document, we reached out to the experts who know better about the topic of gender responsiveness, climate change, and the combination of both. We spoke to a number of experts from Ministry of Agriculture, from different universities, and we did a Zoom meeting on August 23 to see the available know-how and understanding on the topic. And from our personal experiences, the team composed of 4 individual members, Efa from Ministry of Agriculture, and myself from private sector, and Samira from a research institution background, plus an NGO, and also Amlesat from data analytics and the research background. So from our background, we realized the relevance of this topic and how the climate change is affecting everyone, and specifically women. And when it comes to agriculture, for example, when you look at the extension system, Ethiopia has one of the populous extension system, and the composition of gender is not balanced. We have a very limited number of development agents, and that also limited the extension contents to the women farmer. So the climate change actually have a very exaggerated impact on the women farmer. And we believe preparing this document, especially the toolkit, we prepared it in multiple language. We prepared it in English language, in Amharic language, and in Afan Oromo. And the English language is now translated into different local languages. Next slide, please. In addition to the Zoom meeting we made with different stakeholders, we also did a discussion on November 14 by bringing different actors from a public institution, private institution, and development partners. So we presented a different toolkit to these different partners, and we received feedback, and we created a common understanding. This will help us for implementation and scale up. But also, one of the feedback was we need to do more to make sure this toolkit will be applicable for different institutions. The main objective was to make sure people with a policy capability, implementation and evaluation capability to use such a toolkit to make sure women are actually considered when it comes to climate change related documentation. We also did a phone call conversation because the time was not enough for us to go to the field. So we selected a representative of women farmer, male farmer, women development agents, and also male development agents, a total of 40 participants, to make sure these topics are well understood on the ground, and also the feedback they have, and how they want to do, how they want to be involved on upcoming efforts as well. Currently, the translation of this toolkit to 2 different local language is done, and the publication is still awaiting the design of this toolkit. And next we will publish the document, and we will disseminate to the relevant stakeholder. Next slide, please. There are still some activities not accomplished. It includes the public service announcement. After the finalization of the toolkit, we initially planned to do a public announcement using a local radio. We received the quotation, but that activity is still pending. We also wanted the shorthand of the toolkit to be in a leaflet, and that's still pending. The other is also, we wanted to do a training to some of the experts at the grassroots, and these activities are still pending. Next slide. So there are a number of lessons that we have learned throughout this journey. From the topic itself, it's a cross-cutting, gender and climate change. You can see it everywhere. So we found out that as a group of 4 individuals for a short period of time, we can't do much on this, but it gave us a very good exposure to understand, and also to try something as preparing the toolkit. Also, there are so many factors that affect men and women, which climate change is one. So we need to design an appropriate measure to make sure, the issue of both men and women are actually considered for such a measures. And we understood collaboration is very key. Even in this toolkit preparation, we collaborated with a number of researchers from universities a number of experts from Ministry of Agriculture, Agriculture Transformation Agency, and other individual consultants as well. So a topic like this requires a deep collaboration, and rather than duplicating the effort, through collaboration, we can save resource, time, and also we can multiply the result. And gender and climate issue shall be taken beyond meeting a set of numbers. Usually there is a percentage like 20%, 30% of the participants should be women and the like. But in terms of climate change and in terms of gender, the issues must be beyond numbers. And we need to, drill it down to the challenge on the ground. And also identifying the root cause of the problem is basic if we really want to bring a long-lasting solution. And for us, it was very challenging to bring a very inclusive solution and detailed solutions in the given state of time. In terms of running a project, the ALP project, time was a critical issue. We all have priorities from our workplace and then personal life, and putting all those priorities and running the ALP was one of the challenge. The other was we wanted to hire even a consultant to make sure some of the topics were truly included, and some activities could be done better, but involving expertise is also found to be one of a relevant to be done on running a project. The other is a common understanding. To be honest, not all of us from the team had the same understanding of gender in climate action from the beginning. So that understanding is also very critical. In terms of teamwork, respect, integrity, and communication and coordination is very crucial to run a project like this one. And team building exercise is also very good. So our coach from this the CALA program contributed for that team building exercise. In terms of personal management and leadership, I think leadership is not all about becoming excellent in one area. Rather, it is a set of learning from one to another. And from this LP, 4 of us, we have joined forces and we learn it from one another. Next slide. And the next slide is thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you still had 10 minutes. Thank you. Could I ask Abraham, is there anyone else on the team you would like to have up here before we ask the panel?
So this LP team had a very democratic balance of gender.
Fantastic. That makes me very happy.
But unfortunately, the 2 didn't make it for today, but actually they contributed great.
So we have Samira. Do we have anyone else online?
I'm Lasset from Addis, also joining virtually. Good morning, everybody. Greetings from Addis.
I'm Lisette and Samira. I'm going to hand over to the 2 people who are on the panel here currently. Any thoughts, questions?
Great, thank you so much, Team Beyond Production. That was fantastic and really interesting. Sorry, there's just 2 of us for now, but I'm sure we'll have lots to say, right, Robin? So I'm going to start with the end, actually. What I really loved about the presentation were your insights and reflections. First of all, congratulations on tackling such an ambitious topic. I think, like you said, it was ambitious, and it's difficult to take such a big challenge and boil that down to a specific solution. But I think your reflections around that were really powerful, and you reflected around the project itself, but also around your own ways of working. I thought some of those detailed comments about how you run a project were very insightful, and what you learned about each other, collaborating across sectors, and that's the point of the ALP, right? So I thought that was really great. I guess the key point that I wasn't clear on was who for. And I guess the fact that I wasn't clear on that, but for me reflected my general reflection on the project was that I felt it lacked people. And I think you commented on this, you noted this, because again, your insights were great. I think everything and I noted down, you noted down in your lessons. But I think for me, that's what would take this project really to the next level, is really an understanding of you know, how do women experience climate change, really. And it sounds like you did speak to some women farmers, but perhaps after you did that in the consultation phase, rather than in the early phase. And so a kind of a human-centered design approach could have really helped create a more powerful solution and give a sense, I think, of what wasn't quite clear to me was how the solution responded to the specific problem. It's a very big problem, but was quite well articulated and well analyzed. But how did this toolkit really respond to that? So I'd love if you're able to share a bit more about the toolkit itself and who was it for, and how does that toolkit specifically respond to the problem that you outlined would be really, really helpful.
Great, thank you. Shall we take all panel questions and then you can respond?
Thank you very much. I concur with fellow panelist Rebecca that this is a relevant and important topic. Climate change is, you all know, the COP27 just happened not long ago, and it's been front and center in a lot of discussions for good reasons. Things are changing. So I congratulate you for picking on a topic that's relevant. And I can't think of better than Ethiopia for one to be doing this. We all know the history of droughts and extreme weather variations that have happened in Ethiopia. So thanks for taking on this topic and for reminding us what I believe to be true, that climate change is not gender neutral. Yeah, there are differential impacts of climate on women than on men and so on. And I think the idea of a toolkit, gender, my imagination, and you know, we didn't quite see what exactly do you mean by toolkit. Is it a description of actions that you can take to address, you know, to suggest maybe adaptation or coping or mitigation strategies, or what exactly is in the toolkit? But my idea of it tells me that this is really important. And so it would be helpful, like Rebecca says, to see more of what the actual tool looks like, even if it's just examples of what's in there. And that links to the question of who uses it. Yeah, is it extension workers that are being targeted here to then use it with farmers? Is it policymakers? Is it individuals? Is it who? And if that question is cracked, or is it everybody? And is it gonna be online, or it's a book that then you can read, or it's what? All of those things need to be very clear, and then it makes it easier to see what the dissemination strategy is, which is the other thing. So I think those were the questions on my mind. There is a broader question that for such topics is, and I have been involved in developing some toolkits in the past, how will you sustain it, update and sustain it? Because at the moment, information knowledge is always dynamic, and how you address something today can change in the next 2-3 years with the new info, new science, new technology. And so having a strategy where, yes, we have this project, it's a wonderful project. We develop a toolkit for gender responsive climate actions, and then we are done and we move on. 5 years later, what happens to the toolkit? So if part of your leadership challenge is to then find a sustainability strategy for it, maybe have it taken up by the ministry or by some NGOs, some other institution could be interesting. If you have had thoughts on that, I would really love to hear them. But I also think the question we asked the earlier team about scalability is relevant here. I think this could be used beyond Ethiopia, for sure. depending on what it looks like, how it looks like. Maybe folks like Agra could take it and use it in the other 11 countries, right? So think broadly and be ambitious about it. It's a huge thing, but you know, the challenges that the world is facing require this bold action. So I'm not one to shy away from grappling with this kind of big topic. Otherwise, thank you so much. I really appreciated the presentation and the fact that all three of you are on point with what you're doing. Thank you.
No, I think I don't have much to add beyond what Rebecca and Robert have said. But here's the thing. It's a very broad topic, like they've noted. Maybe an advice is for you to look at the toolkit you've developed, especially because you're saying, how do we deal with gender address the challenges of gender in climate change? It might be, and I think this relates to Rebecca's question around who's the toolkit for, right? So focus is important because, to be honest, you're not going to solve all the problems, but you could solve one particular problem that could trigger. So, for example, do we want to focus on women smallholder farmers? And is that who the toolkit is for, or is it women-led agri-SMEs, right? You know, so it needs to be tailored. And we're saying, here's what we've done to address the gender-related challenges for women-led agri-SMEs or for women smallholder farmers in a particular value chain or in 3 or 4 value chains, you know, for that matter. I think that will be helpful in bringing focus to the solution, right? Because it's a broad problem, which is a very, very good issue to address. I think my question to you will be, at the end of the day, you know, in addition to Rebecca's question, who then owns the toolkit? Because that's where scalability is going to happen. It's whoever owns it that then will be responsible for scaling it, so that it doesn't remain in our hands as a project. You know, what's the plan? When does it become, you know, government-led, you know, so that it goes beyond you? And the government is saying, we are seeing this as a huge challenge to Ethiopia's farming systems or to agricultural transformation. And we're very grateful to these guys who have developed the toolkit. We're running with it. You know, where is that pathway to that? Maybe it's something, if you can't answer it now, it's something you should think about as we go forward. Thank you.
Okay, over to you, team. Would you like to start? I think Samir is up. Go ahead. Just about 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to just thank the program coordinators for such amazing knowledge hub for us to transform our agriculture sector. Now, my name is Ifam Leta. I'm in charge for the real estate minister. So I appreciate the program, the inception. So next to this, I would like to just say some reflections on what you have been raising. So from its very beginning, the philosophy behind gender and also climate is very big, as you know. But when the time comes and all these colleagues through these agri-led initiatives, we know each other and they focused on prioritizing issues of this gender and also our future program to transform our agriculture. So based on that, we identified the 3 main challenges related to gender and the climate by just discussing with expertise in this and others and other program, our new initiatives, all things. So based on this, we identified 5 main problems related gender versus climate change, basically or fundamentally, the polarized problems. So based on that, when we defined our problem based on the knowledge we get from the program, the courses, experiences, case studies, and also discussions, plus many things. So we stick to solve among the 5 problems, 2 problems, which based on the issue of knowledge and awareness. So to solve this, we found out through many solutions as Samira presented and also the group agreed finally through this all discussion. So from the 3, one is developing a toolkit, standard toolkit to fulfill the gap of the problem, the knowledge gap, and also some awareness. Even though the issue of gender and climate is broad, it's global, it's for human, the knowledge part is lagged behind. Even when we saw it, the issue of gender, some say gender is sex. No beyond that, many of things. So when to develop standard guideline or to first develop this knowledge. So what we have been working on it to develop standard toolkit or guideline for any partners or developers for our women, for farmer women, especially the smallholder. First, we want to disseminate this information based on the reality we have. So the issue of scalability comes since I'm from Ministry of Agriculture and working as a policy advisor also. So we incorporated these things in our policy, in our newly initiated policy. This is to make it smart or project-wise based on this. We want to deliver this knowledge instruction or guideline. After that, we incorporate in our development based on this standard toolkit, then continuously work on it. And also, my friend Abraham is working on the digital platform, the many things. For the interest of time, I can explain many things, but for the interest of time, I just stick to my point. So we will extend to the future based on how can we disseminate the knowledge, maybe through digital or through public hearing, discussion, something. First, we want to have a standard toolkit or guidelines. So this can be based on this. We will extend it, sustainable it, and use for our problems. Thank you for your attention and the hearing. Thank you very much.
So could we ask Samira to speak? Samira, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you all the panelists for giving us such important insights and comments as well. I'll try to address a few of the questions raised. Considering the content of the toolkit, I was planning to display it when I share the screen. Actually, it failed. So there are different contents of the toolkit. Basically, it contains how gender analysis is done. It has different guiding questions and how it has to be done. And also it includes gender integration tool. That means starting from need analysis up to the implementation and monitoring of a project, how a practitioner can conduct gender integration or gender mainstreaming in a project as well as in programs. So it has several toolkits starting from gender analysis up to gender monitoring and evaluation states. So the toolkit is already developed. Considering who uses this toolkit, we planned, and we included also in the description of the toolkit, we plan to address or to give it to different practitioners. It can be policymakers, it can be development agents at any level. So it's wide. There is no restriction. Anyone who is working on climate change actions or on climate change related projects and programs can refer to this toolkit, and I think it will benefit from this toolkit by looking into the different steps to follow to design and implement gender responsive climate change action. So about sustainability or how to sustain this toolkit, we have prepared it and we are yet to publish it. We have the translation into Amharic is also completed. So we are yet to publish it. After publishing, we'll distribute it to different individuals as well as different organizations that we consulted during preparation of this toolkit and beyond. So after that, anyone can be responsible to update this toolkit, because we are trying to address the awareness and capacity limitation of different practitioners working on climate change. So in that case, anyone who is interested and anyone who is with better capacity to improve this toolkit can improve and also utilize it further. I have not gathered or I have not captured Apollos' question. If anyone from my team member captures that one, I think he can respond. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So just last word to Amli, if that's okay, and then we can move ahead. Amli, over to you for the last word.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for all the panel members and also of this fellowship members for giving us this chance. I want to say a little bit like everybody said, gender is not something that is a standalone, not only in terms of stakeholder engagement, but also of thematically. Gender needs a systemic view in terms of, addressing, when you are addressing food systems in agriculture, you cannot leave out gender. And not only that, you cannot leave out value.
Oh, I think we lost Amli. She had a really important point. Amli, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, we lost you.
Oh, what about now? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you capture my point, or should I say it again?
We captured most of it.
Yeah, so I was just saying that gender needs a systemic view, and we shouldn't be stopping this project here. And I ask everybody involved in this program in CALA and also in AGRA and beyond to also look into a further expansion of this project in order to have a better, replication, because it needs a systemic view in terms of the food and agricultural systems. And Ethiopia is now at the verge of, multiplying efforts, best practices in those areas. And we definitely need a hands-on in terms of addressing gender, not only in climate, but also in food and agriculture. And this tool will definitely help us to capture the systemic view from addressing the issue in the implementation, but also when we are generating best practices in the food and agricultural systems. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Yeah, do you want to, we're going to let
just
finalize and then we'll have to
the final note is I think the initial point, the baseline is now we developed the toolkit, and we have noticed an interest from the strategy wing of AGRA to develop this effort, to support this effort. And the Ministry of Agriculture also indicated an interest, a demand to include it as a strategy part of Ministry of Agriculture, to have a feel of this toolkit. It's a kind of template. It's a kind of template to give an opportunity for users like practitioner, policy developer, just to instigate some questions to make sure whether they have included those points or not. And Rebecca also mentioned, this consultation was done before or after. So it was just for the sake of time, we just made that consultation before the preparation of the final toolkit, just to understand how far the farmers actually understand this topic, and the development agents also understand this topic. But as we said, this is not enough. The thing we did in this CALA project, the LP, was not enough, and a lot has to be done. But it is just a starting point. But thank you all feedback were well noted and valid.
Thank you very much. Everyone, help me celebrate this team. Thank you very, very much, team. So we have done two countries. We will go for a break in a little bit, but before we do, today is a day where we have guests, and as we are a CALA family, we are welcoming our guests as if we welcome them to our home. And I would like to welcome Mr. Peter Owoko, who's just joined us. Welcome, Mr. Owoko, Head for the Agricultural Policy Research and Regulations at the State Department for Crop Development at Kenya's Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. Thank you very much. Mr. Peter will be joining us here in front after the break. For now, we're literally going to take a 10-minute break. At 10:58 sharp, I'm hoping we can start. Please let us be our sisters and brothers keepers. If you have not finished getting all your food, come back with it. There's enough space on the tables. And we're actually going to start when we come back with, I think, Team Impala of Uganda. So Team Impala, you can come and set up because we will be starting with you in 10 minutes when we come back. Go grab a break, do some stretching. We have sat a lot. Let's move the muscles and come back. And just for everyone, there's tea here as well. Where Tamina and I are pointing, there's an entire room empty for tea and coffee. So do grab whatever you need to.
How are you? We meet again. I'm very well. How are you doing? Yes. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so sometimes I think as a security issue, they try to remind you of unusual times, but sometimes it's just the way to, he was a guy, you know, he's the kind of guy that you love to have a drink with. But if he says something,
all right, so then I'll come back here at the end. And then you're going to
better be ready by 7. Because by 7:30, he'll be there. You know, we are used to this idea that the person is coming a day, they will come at 10. No, not with him. For them, it's a different story. It's not serious. Maybe in the because you're like, you know, if I don't put this on, I'll be like this. They can give you bifocal. You know bifocal?
Hello. Attention, please, everybody. 4 minutes left.
Very good. Can we get everyone back? Okay, is everyone back? We are going to start. Apologies for the slight delay. If you're still out somewhere in the tea room, feel free to bring in your tea or coffee or your food. Okay. Just checking, how is everyone online doing? If you're online, you can give us a thumbs up or some reaction to know you're still with us. Yay, we see some thumbs up. Fantastic. And how are we doing in the room here? Has everyone had enough tea, coffee, and snacks? If we have, I'm still hearing sleepy yes voices. Are we here? As we would say in Kenya, tuko pamoja. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Team Impala from Uganda. Let's give them respectable silence. Let's listen. And over to you. You have 30 minutes. Oh yes, we need to move the banner. Sorry, the screen is got in the way of our screen. We will move to this door. You have 30 minutes and Tamina will time you, and panel, after that, you will have 10 minutes of questions. So over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I am Rachel Chichoncho Mbavazi from Uganda, Team Impala. I'm going to make it short. I'm not going to make it boring, but I'm talking to you about fish today. So our topic is enhanced protection of fish breeding areas for increased fisheries resources and sustainability. It sounds crazy, but let me tell you, it sounds very scientific. So fish have to be replenished. Fish get finished. in places like Lake Victoria. I think you've heard of things like overfishing, the fish catches have reduced, etc., and you wonder, how is that possible? Fish have to reproduce, fish have to grow, and then become the catches that we have. So this fish breeding area is an area, a shallow area, usually close to the shore, where the mothers breed. Those are called fish breeding areas. So my team members, there are 4 of us. There's Martha. Martha, please stand up. She's right there. Martha is the lead of the USDA Land O'Lakes Venture, PSP, program in the whole of East Africa. She is, in another life, a main life, a cattle rancher. So she's really into agriculture, both on the policy side and practically. We've got Daisy, who did not come today. I don't know if Daisy is online. Daisy is the Assistant Commissioner for Fisheries in Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Fisheries in Uganda. We've got Narcis, who's here. He's a big industrialist, a CEO. He does his animal feeds big time. And he travels all over the country, and he's the one man amongst 3 beautiful, strong women. And then there's myself. I chair the Rice Association of Uganda. That's a farmer-led association. I also represent my country on the East African Community Rice Platform. So I'm in agriculture, specifically rice. So like I said, there is low production and low productivity in Uganda, but also, of course, in Kenya, Tanzania, because this is really about Lake Victoria, fish stock in Lake Victoria. There are very many reasons. However, let me give an example. For example, have you heard of illegal fishing gear? That means that fishing gear must, how do I put it? The holes in the net must be a certain size. If they go below that size, they start picking up babies. They start picking up all sorts of other things, right? So illegal fishing gear is one of those issues. But the main problem when we sat down and did research was how we treat fish breeding areas. Allow me to call them fish FBAs, because fish breeding areas is like those riddles we used to say when we were young. It's a mouthful. So one of the problems is people don't know they exist. I think somebody here didn't know they existed, the fish breeding areas, and how important they are to replenishing the lake. There is inadequate protection. Even where there is protection, it's not adequate enough. The communities, the fishing communities in Kenya, that would be people living in Kisumu, right? The fishing communities are unaware and they're not involved in protection. The general public, those of us who like fish, those of us with non-communicable diseases that are supposed to stop eating red meat and eat fish, we don't know anything about fish breeding areas. And there are unclear guidelines. So we settled on the destruction of fish breeding areas. There are contributing factors to that. I've already talked about them, but here we have local government leadership, the district leadership, or the, in Uganda, it's local councils, they don't know. And they don't join together. The local district leadership thinks like government is separate in thinking from the community. So let me give you some context. Worldwide, fish consumption has gone up. It was 9 kilos per person per capita in 1961. It's now 20.5. In the developing world, it was 5.2. It's now 19.4. It was in 2017. But for fish consumption to go up, production must go up. Production worldwide is projected to grow 3.1%. In Asia, they eat a lot of fish. This 3.1% by 2030. So production will meet consumption needs. But for Africa, it's projected to decline by 0.2% year on year, for a total decline of 2.9% by 2030. Why? Because of things like destruction of fish breeding areas. This information is from FAO. Okay. In Uganda, fisheries is a national priority. Before I do that, before I tell you that, there are two types of sources of fish. There's capture, you'll see capture fisheries here. Capture fisheries is literally a fisherman getting on a boat, going with a net and throwing it out. Capture the fish. Then there is aquaculture. You've heard of fish ponds, fish cage farming. So the one where you actually have, I don't know what they call them, fingerlings, right? Yes, nothing. So in Uganda, fisheries income revenues are 3% of agricultural GDP. 7.2 million people, probably even more now, are employed in what? The fishing, yes. The women who cook the fish, the youth who sell the fish, the factories and all those who extract fish oils or do fillets for export. We have been making a lot of money from foreign exchange, but if you look at the numbers, it's going down. In 2016, we harvested 461,000 metric tons, $720 million. By 2019, we were down $150 million. We harvested only 391,000. The importance of fish is that it accounts for up to 50% of total protein intake for the communities that live around the lakes. There are some communities, it's so funny, I found it funny, who don't eat fish. It's like nobody told them that fish is what? Nutritious. But no, it's because they didn't have lakes. So to them, fish is alien. So among those communities, it's up to 50% animal protein intake. That means that Uganda, we're at 12 kilos per capita. FAO says we should all be at 17 kilos per capita, meaning each person should eat 17 kilos of fish per year. But if the fish catches are going down, that means instead of our per capita consumption going up, it's going to go down. So there are all sorts of solutions, things like bans, sanctions, demarcation of FBA. Back. So there are all these solutions that were proposed. Out of all these, we chose to use the participatory approach. We decided, you know what, communities, let's try a new way. Let's go within the communities, start a bottom-up approach, okay? Get the communities themselves to do this because they are the primary beneficiaries of increased fish. We picked 2 FBAs, one in Bule and one in Chijuko. So Baganda in Uganda, they say chi. When they say CK, when there's a K, it is pronounced CH, chi. So Bule and Chijuko. These are the things we wanted to know from the local communities. How are they affected? How do they describe the effect of low catches? Do they know what a fish breeding area is? Do they think they can protect them, and are they willing to protect them? So our objective is to increase fish production and productivity through community participation. So these are some of the meetings that we had. We started in September 2021, like all elite, with a desk review. We sat, we read everything we could read to identify the issue, narrowed it down to destruction of FBAs. We used tools such as the 5 whys and the issues tree to really distill the true causes and factors. We went to visit fishing sites, the fishing sites in October, and as you can see, I tried to illustrate, but I noticed now that one of the arrows is in the wrong place. We started with having really big meetings of the community and then narrowed it down and created committees. And these committees then even broke up further and created other committees. The whole idea was to generate guidelines for protection from within the communities. Our intervention resulted in increased awareness amongst the community members themselves about protection of FBAs. We empowered the communities through those active committees to actually come together, discuss the issue, and propose solutions, because we invited local leaders to these stakeholder meetings and had them join the committees. That's why I had a circle called joint committees. We improved the interaction between the local community and the local leadership. Maybe I should just tell you something. Sometimes the local leadership, and I'm talking about government, clashes with the local community. You know how that happens? They form a cartel. Local leaders are voted for by the local community. You can never have a leader who doesn't come from your community. So the local leaders are also fishermen. So they form cartels and they bar some people from fishing and allow their friends. So when we put them all together, they were able to accuse each other openly, apologize openly, and talk. Because the biggest problem is today, still is, that if they don't get control of fishing, there'll be no fishing for everybody, whether you're a mafia or you're a saint. It doesn't matter. We had positive findings, which are pretty much the same as we spoke about earlier, but mainly it was convincing them that they needed to protect fish breeding areas. Also, the most positive is the last point. They have knowledge today that they didn't have before. Even if we were to stop right now, the knowledge they gain on FBAs, it'll never go away. They will pass it on and on and on. So while I didn't want to dwell on the positive ones, we also had negative findings. First of all, the community members dislike outsiders because outsiders always seem to come with the wrong solutions. So government has proposed a ban on fishing, and they bring army men with AK-47s, really aggressive people, on the lake to implement that ban. Okay. Also, government proposed alternative livelihood of farming. I'll talk about that. So here we come, Team Impala, thinking we're so clever. During our desk review at the beginning, we came up with farming as well. But we realized after some time, that won't work. Why? Fishermen do not have land. They do not even have a quarter of a plot of land. They're not like farmers who buy land, till their land, and give it to their children. They have no need for land. What they pass on is knowledge, fishing knowledge. Okay? So farming as an alternative livelihood is not a good idea. So we thought we were so brilliant. We came up with fish cage farming. You would think they're fishermen. If they're dealing with fish cage farming, that makes sense. It's not such a big leap. However, you need a lot of money for fish cage farming. And fishermen don't have money. So we had to now go back. We had to go back, sit down and say, you know what? We are saying community participation. Let's go back to the community and get the answers from them. At this point, actually, in the program, we felt like we had failed, even when we were having the group presentations. It was so funny. We were so open. We said, you know, we don't have anything. We really don't have anything. And I think that our examiners also, or facilitators also thought eventually would fail. But anyway, so we realized that what we wanted to make was going to take a much longer time than the ALP. The impact we had, we intended to have a qualitative and a quantitative impact. We had zero quantitative impact, zero. And I'm so proud to say it, I'm not ashamed. Because quantitatively, we would have to count the fish and say, oh, at this point, they fished and got 100,000 metric tons. But after our intervention, they got 150,000 metric tons. But fish need to grow. Number one, mothers need to brood, but there are also other reasons why we cannot tell. So in any case, this is not the kind of impact that comes in a month or in 2 months, okay? Qualitatively, yes, again, the awareness, etc. I will not, for the sake of time, these are photos of our interactions. This was actually at, if you see this, So we picked 2 landing sites, just for your information. But to go and talk to the real fishermen, we picked 2 fish breeding area sites, but we had to go to the landing site. A landing site is a place where they sell fish. It's like, I don't know if you've been to Kampala, but there's Gaba Market. Landing site is where the fishermen come with their fish, and all the ones who buy in bulk are there and all those things. So that's where you go. Otherwise, you have to find fishermen in the lake. We have some recommendations for this project. First of all, it needs to be extended. It needs to be extended for 5 years minimum, because that's the way you'll know you'll have a quantitative output. It requires funding for M&E activities during the entire project, and it requires that Ministry of Agriculture in Uganda takes the lead and incorporates all the agencies involved. Agencies. Let me tell you that after. So we learned some lessons. First, to pick the appropriate project. This was a project for 5 years, not a project for 1 year. But it's so funny when we're identifying the problem and doing all these things, we didn't actually ask ourselves, how long will this take to solve? How long will it take to grow production? We are very proud of our project. I think it's a project that should continue. But for an ALP, it shouldn't have been the one we picked. The second thing has to do with systems thinking. In trying to solve the problem of low production, etc., we found other unrelated but contributing issues. First, dealing with previous programs. You've heard me speak about agencies. So the previous programs of like the sanctions, the bans, etc., they have about 3 agencies. You've got Uganda People's Defense Forces, the Army, Marines, like really, really tough people. They just come beating up everybody in the way, like really scary guys. And then you've got another group that has the police. That's more about telling you about the law, but still telling you not to fish. And then there's another group that we couldn't identify. But the minute we walked in and we started talking about, let's demarcate fish breeding areas, the community was suspicious because they already had these restrictions. So it looked like we were bringing even more restrictions. So we had to solve that problem. We had to begin engaging with the agencies and telling them, you need to loosen sanctions in the 2 FBA sites that we are working in. Also, if we demarcate an FBA and we say fishermen cannot get into the FBA, you, the army, cannot get into the FBA because you're chasing some fishermen. That means no one goes in the FBA. Now, look at me. I have zero authority to tell an army general what to do. So we need the Ministry of Agriculture to help us. And this is something we realized while we're there, and we're working on it right now. The other thing, we dealt with a mindset issue. So there's been a rumor in Kampala somewhere, or in Uganda, that Lake Victoria was sold to foreign investors, or was on sale, or is on sale to foreign investors. So they thought we were scouting out their area, so that we can chase them away. I don't know where they get these from. And honestly, if anybody knows how to deal with rumors like that, please tell us, because for us, we just decided, let's just prove we're Ugandans who speak the local language and we are not agents of a foreign investor. But these examples, this shows that, because we had to spend so much time with that, it made us lose time. And we were not really clear whether we're going to meet our deadlines or not. But it taught us to expect the unexpected. Then the issue of alternative livelihoods. This is a standard we all tell our people. Oh, let's give you an alternative livelihood. Oh, but farming is not an alternative livelihood to give anybody. Farming, I don't know if you've ever farmed. Farming is a skill that takes a lot of trial and error. And you cannot replace your income by just becoming a farmer tomorrow. Anything can happen, right? So fishermen also don't have any land, as I said. And then even to buy land, they would have to move from where they've lived for generations. So we learned that change takes time as well, and that we should have set other milestones altogether, like we should have been less ambitious. Then about our team, we're very industrious, hardworking people. We are multidisciplinary, seasoned professionals, amazing, busy. And then we failed to create a team at first. We failed, totally failed. We love each other now, but we didn't know each other. Number one, we didn't know each other. We were just thrown together. Then remember, there were all these restrictions on travel. So you were on Zoom. And I don't know about you, but Zoom it doesn't encourage, cooperation, right? Especially if you haven't met before. So we had, so for a long time, we were unable to coalesce around this. However, we learned to be more considerate of each other. We learned to stop being very dogmatic, like, oh, if there's a site visit, all four of us have to go. No, two of us can go. Or if there's a presentation, all of us have to do it. Or you did it last time, now it's your turn to do it. No. So for us, we decided, you know what, we are all ambitious. We are not dropouts. We are not leaving this thing, unfinished. We're going to do it. So we persevered. On a personal note, as I said, all of us are superheroes, desk jobs. This project required field work. In fact, some of those mindset issues we would have found out had we started in the field. We would have found out that the army is all over the place, that these things we want to do, no one is going to move unless the army is on board. Instead, we found out later, but it's great because you know what? I work. This is the kind of thing I do. Now I'm learning that next time for some of my projects, I'm going to go to the field first. I'm going to tell my people, tell me report reality. Don't read at me. Okay? So we didn't anticipate how much time it required. So we all learned a lesson that we are grateful for. So good habits, discipline. Once we all decided we're going to do this, we just decided stick with the plan, be disciplined. We enjoyed the group coaching sessions. They actually helped to bring us together, as well as the group presentations. So that's our presentation. However, I want to say that we are very grateful for this CALA program. When we first started, we didn't really know what it was, each of us. But it's brought us together with so many people. And the idea that we are the first cohort, of course, is yay. But the fact that more and more people are going to come after us, that means that wherever we go, we're going to find like minds that have the same vision, which is easy. All ministers of our countries have the same vision. Ask any president, we want to grow production. But now we will know how. And CALA, this program is teaching them how to think a systems approach. So we're very grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. And you still had time. Well done. I'm going to hand straight over to the panel for any thoughts, questions, insights. They're taking some time. They're wowed by your presentation.
Well, maybe I will start. Thank you, Rachel, and your team. I loved your presentation for doing that. And I also think this is yet another very topic, particularly Uganda fisheries. I have a few comments. One is that although you are saying you could have chosen a different topic, and that maybe this isn't the most appropriate type of topic for LPs, I totally disagree with you, because I think this is exactly the kind of thing that makes a lot of sense. From if, for example, somebody is practicing their leadership, you are bringing people together in a village, in a setting. It takes a lot of leadership skills to facilitate collaboration, engagement, consensus, problem solving in that kind of environment. So for me, this is extremely relevant. And to be quite honest with you, I believe most of the problems we have in agriculture and many other fields in Africa are not about a technology. You know, you could have gone to a research institute and they tell you, let's breed a new type of fish that can survive, that can not be affected by these changing circumstances or something like that. Those are technology-driven solutions, which ultimately do not solve the real problem. They're important, don't get me wrong, but they don't solve most of our problem, which is institutional dysfunction. People just don't know how to work together better, to collaborate. And a lot of the problems we have are also things that can be solved by just consulting, participatory methods, talking to farmers, communities, what will change, awareness creation, and so on and so forth. So for me, this was extremely relevant. And I think that you have also found something that's very useful for many institutions, whether it's AGRA or any other. You know, the problems don't have to fit into a project timeline. The solutions don't have to fit into, you know, it's just 6 months or 1 year. That's a problem of projectization of things. You're given by a donor some money and you have 2 years to solve it. Who said that our solutions need to be solved that way? So I'm glad that all of this came out. I am curious about how you could much more strongly address the ongoing, the institutionalization of this process. Let me put it that way. How can the collaboration, the continued engagement amongst those who participated continue to happen so that it is not driven by the fact that this team came and we sat as a village or talked to other players and try to solve this problem and understand it, but that they now have a platform of some sort that facilitates dialogue, mobilization, engagement, and so on, and can move from this problem to other problems and in an ongoing basis. Because to me, this is the crux of how you then shift from tackling one thing, one time, to having a system that continues to do this and handing over the leadership of that process to those who care most about these issues over time. That could be extremely interesting and almost a legacy, if you like. Let me see if I have something else to add beyond that. Yes, I like the analysis of the lessons. Whether I agree with all of them or not, I liked them. They made sense to me from your perspective. Yes, software, that's the point I made. I wrote here that, you know, software is just as even perhaps more important than hardware in some cases. When it comes to human beings, and software is how we relate, how we work together, etc. And so this is relevant because of the issues that you're dealing with: mindset change, vested interests, if you like, and so on and so forth. One addition that you might consider is the environmental aspect, because this particular problem seems to be rooted in a natural resource management kind of sphere, and bringing in a stronger analytical element to what's really happening in that ecosystem might be interesting. Even though it's not the crux of the matter, it's just how you take it from a scientist and bring it to the village for them to understand that this is exactly what's happening. And this is what we need to do to change our behavior so that in future we can bequeath, you know, the sustainable ecosystem to our people. We can have better livelihoods, etc. So that scientific element is important, but not as a core element. The core element is the engagement and the people talking on an ongoing basis. So thanks. I like this. I think you should continue if you can to a logical conclusion and you know, the monitoring of it in the long run is something that you should care about now in terms of setting up the baseline. But even if you don't have the ability to foretell and measure, that shouldn't really bother you too much. It's the intention that's most important at this point. Thanks.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll go. Congratulations, team. That was a great presentation and really engaging. And I love how you brought us in. I really felt fascinated by this problem and felt like I kind of wanted you to solve it by the end. Yeah, I think just to build on what Robert said, I guess I think you did an amazing job of identifying where you went wrong, right? And you really nailed that and you explained it very clearly. And you commented that, you know, if you had started with the community engagement instead of the desk work, then maybe you would have got to a solution. So my understanding was that, in fact, in the end, you haven't yet come up with a community generated solution, right? So you know what doesn't work. You know that your solutions didn't work. But I'd love to just understand that a bit more. Did, in fact, the community generate a solution? Because then you say, you mentioned that you're going to work on get a government to take that on. And I guess I felt a little bit like Robert, that yes, it will take a long time to implement, but before you can expect government to take it on, don't we still need to solve this question around what is the solution generated by the community? So I'm really interested in whether you think there's more you can do there. And if so, or if not, how might then it be embedded into government? What's the right piece for you to solve, and then what will they take on?
Thank you, Tim. That was a very good presentation. Maybe what I liked most is the method of presentation. It's very informative. But then also on the spirit of a leader needs to be at the right place at the right time. There are certain aspects you may need to relook in terms of maybe the pictures you're using to express your points. They need to be related to the subject you are discussing. At no point did I see a reference to fish breeding area, but I also market. Now you are in the market, you are talking about fish breeding area. It's not very good for a leader to speak about a point where at the wrong point, at the wrong place. But generally that was a good subject and very relevant for the area. Maybe one other question you'd ask yourself, you say you may need another 5 years. There's no clear justification why you need 5 years. Yet fish, after about 6 months, you're supposed to see the impacts of your intervention. So maybe you may need to relook at that. Why do you really need 6 years? Or it's the African leadership style where you want to be elected, then the next time you need more time to demonstrate your interventions. The relationship between your intervention and what exactly is happening. The presenter was very eloquent in terms of the Uganda Defense Forces also chasing people in the breeding areas. But then they must be implementing a certain policy or enforcing a certain law. Maybe you needed to come out clear. What exactly is it? And what is the gap? So that your intervention would be addressing a certain gap in terms of protecting the fish breeding areas. The other thing is the recommendation on use of cages. Our problem is the fish breeding area. Maybe you would address more in terms of looking at what is the actual cause, like what Robert has said, the issues of environment. The problem could be from another source besides even the fishing community themselves. Then what interventions would be relevant to that other than the fishing cage? And then you end up by saying that fishing cage is a solution, but then there's a problem with the costs of fishing cage. What about these other requirements, like the source of fingerlings, so that you can be able to have an effective intervention? Maybe in summary, what should say as a leader, when you're providing a solution to a problem, look at it wholesome along the whole, if it is an enterprise like fish, along the whole value chain, so that you don't make an intervention which is not sustainable in the long run. Then the agencies responsible for enforcing protection of fish breeding area are usually very many. Maybe as your stakeholders, you needed to have brought them out. The only person you brought out was the community. There are many, many more other agencies which you need to engage in the project if you are to have a sustainable approach in protecting the fish breeding areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that it's over to you, just about 5 minutes left to respond.
The comments, they are all appreciated. I will begin by thanking Rachel. That was excellent. She is now a fisheries expert. So are we all. So that was great, Rachel. Thank you. Now, I would want to start by commenting on the observation made by the first panelist on institutionalizing the solution. And I want to take you a little bit backwards. And in doing that, I also respond to the comment made by the other panelists on some of the pictures that were in the presentation, which he noted were probably not aligned, but I'll show where the alignment is. Now, if you go a little bit backwards to the presentation, there's a picture, and I'm still wearing the same dress. I'm still wearing the same. That looks like a market, and indeed it's not a fish breeding area. But we identified this location on Gaba landing beach where the fish from those two breeding areas is landed. The fishermen fish late in the night from the fish breeding areas, and they bring the fish to the auction market on Gaba, on that landing site. And that's where the connection was, because we needed to meet the fishing community where they were active and where they had time to engage us on the rules on the fish breeding areas. But what I want to talk about in that picture is that while I was there, I noted a few things in the interaction we had. One was that there were many practices there in that fish market that were really unsustainable and contributing to post-harvest losses. And I asked them, they said, yes, because we don't have cold storage here, because we don't have handling facilities. So a lot of the fish was getting spoiled. So you are trying to increase fishes, but then there is still very high fish post-harvest losses. The local inspectors representing the ministry, and I wanted to understand what their role was in terms of enforcing rules around handling, because there were rules being enforced on protection in the waters, but there were no rules. And they said to me, they said, well, we have two departments. There's a department which is doing protecting fisheries, and we're a department who are inspecting fish for export. So we have no connection. So how indeed there was a human resource disconnected, two departments working in the ministry, and in terms of the institutional alignment, I saw a disconnect. And that took me back to the food systems approach, where you have to step out of your comfort zone, think more holistically, and also in your institutional arrangement, think more holistically about how do we improve fish catches by looking at this problem in a more holistic way. So that was one important lesson we got there. And it was clear that even as we worked on the guideline, what we're doing here, we're testing the guideline that was developed out of this that probably didn't come out clearly, that the bylaws was one of the solution, but also enforcing the handling practices to improve fish catches is another solution. that we had not even considered because we were working with only the officials who are engaged in the fish protection department of the fisheries, ministry.
Okay, thank you, Martha. She's handled most of it. On the environment, absolutely. We needed to look at population growth. How has population growth affected the consumption, per capita consumption? More people are consuming, so there's more need for fish, etc. However, one of the things we were encouraged to do by our mentors was to narrow it down. Now, if we were going to have an impact that was measurable, because if you look at all these other other issues or contributing factors, how do you measure? And then how do you know that, okay, so for example, population growth, over what period of time? We give them birth control, what do we do? So yes, we are going to, we probably should have a write-up on the environmental impact as a smaller, area, as an overarching theme. And then, yes, we did generate protection guidelines. I'm so sorry, I missed this. This box is here for a reason. So there are guidelines that have been generated. However, we need approvals from Ministry of Agriculture before we start giving communities guidelines. And why we want to take our time to get these approvals is once these things go through that kind of rigorous, rigorous, how do you call it, inspection, and is accepted by the ministry, then it's really easy to propagate it across the region, East African community, and other areas in Africa with lakes. So because we have one of our assistant commissioners for fisheries, she insists that the best way to do it, if we're going to have a sustainable solution, is to get approvals from the fisheries department. So we have them in draft form, and they will only be ready once those approvals are done. I think that's really, do we need 5 years to see results? It's true, fish grow in 6 months. But really what we're doing is trying to measure the sustainability of the active committees and the guidelines. How long do they take? Do they stick to the guidelines 5 years later, or do they change them, etc.? So it's not necessarily the fish catches themselves, but the protection measures that would take 5 years. So then we look at the whole value chain to ensure sustainability. Absolutely. Issues of agencies, there are very many agencies, but we wanted Ministry of Agriculture to take the lead because they have the mandate to speak to all those agencies, to give us free reign of the 2 fishing sites we picked, to see if our experiment works, and then they can take it on board. Thank you. I hope we've answered your questions.
I think we will need to close there because we have quite a few.
Maybe as we cross.
I will give you the last word.
Working with the ladies, 3 ladies.
I will give you the last
and
word.
We are all passionate about this. We are talking about breeding. It's not easy. But I think the big picture, which is not necessarily shared in the presentation, is that Lake Victoria is a shared resource from different countries. If you talk about even interventions, you also need to look at the Lake Victoria regional protection measures and what they are taking. If we are talking about the structure of the institution, we have a Directorate of Fisheries Resources, but which will talk with the National Environment Management Agency, the Wetlands Agency. The first time we tried to go to the communities, the Directorate of Fisheries Resources had even to write letters. So many different people, the district cow, the production officer, to give us permission to go and talk to the communities. Maybe that's where we say if we had started with the communities, we would have approached the structure of managing the fisheries resources in the country, even with information to challenge the authorities that be. But good enough, one of us being an assistant commissioner within the same ministry, we believe we have where we shall always get an easy entry to move forward. Thank you. I also thought the man should speak about
I
this.
absolutely agree. Thank you very much. Let us celebrate this great team. Well done, Team Impala. Team Malaika from Kenya, are you ready? I ask for your indulgence. We have Team Malaika and one more before we will allow everyone to go to lunch. So let us listen in keenly and feel free to, if you need to stand at the back, stretch to make sure you're fully present. But over to you.
Okay, I'll start before the presentation comes up. Afternoon, everyone. My name is Tule Linnea. I am the recently outgoing Agriculture Transformation Office Coordinator at what was the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives, now Agriculture and Livestock Development. So we had a team of 4, similar to Uganda. I don't know if Peter was also surrounded by 3 women. Anne Mutinda, for Deputy Commissioner for Cooperative Development. And she certainly had strong administrative skills and made sure we kept in line with regards to understanding our milestones and deliverables and keeping us in check. We had Jackie Odundo. She's with the Warehouse Receipting Council, and she's the Corporation Secretary and provides legal services. And through her strong legislative understanding and the regulatory environment, kept the team honest in terms of the direction the ALP was shaping. And then Peter, or the soul man in our team, is the COO, yes, of Kickstart International, and his analytical skills from his financial background helped us further define the program, our ALP problem, and kept the root causes in mind every time we would have stakeholder sessions. And then myself, I think I brought in the strong project management skills and trying to maintain, moving forward in our implementation steps. So everyone in the team, we rallied our individual skills and our networks to help with the stakeholder engagement and buy-in of our ALP. We were 5 initially. Unfortunately, one of our members fell really ill. COVID impacted her badly, so couldn't continue with the program. So the context that we were working in is under the ASTGS, which is the Agriculture Sector Transformation and Growth Strategy. It's the 10-year transformation strategy for the sector in Kenya, based on 3 specific anchors: that of increasing small-scale farmers' incomes, increasing agricultural output and value addition through increasing national output by 400 billion shillings, which is about $4 billion, and growing contribution of agro-processing to GDP in Kenya, and then finally increasing household food resilience. I think it's critical. We tried ASTGS now with these anchors is important, looking at the issue of food security in the region and of course the country. So our project, we picked it based on 3, or we aligned it based on 3 flagships out of the 9 in the ASTGS. Flagship 1, that of supporting small-scale producers through SME accelerators, although we didn't come to an accelerator, but we wanted to support small-scale producers, creating agro-processing hubs, and flagship 6 of building food resilience in our arid and semi-arid lands. And all these flagships, for them to succeed, require enhanced financing mechanisms to increase their sustainability or maintain it. So for further context, according to the FAO for Kenya, agriculture contributes over 30% of GDP directly and another 27% indirectly through the linkages with other sectors. It employs at least 40% of our population and accounts for 65% of our export earnings. So we selected a county based on feedback from our mentors and our facilitators. As we all know, we were asked to continuously make sure we try to hone it down and be very smart about our ALP. So we selected Murang'a County. It's one of the 47 counties in Kenya, where agriculture accounts for the highest economic concentration in the county. In fact, they've even changed they changed the logo of Murang'a County 5 years ago, and it now has dairy cans as part of its logo. So it shows you the importance of dairy in the county. So just for context, further context, Kenya consumes 5.2 billion liters of milk per year. I'm sure you see we have a lot of milky tea here. And so the milkiest tea. So we consume the highest amount per capita of milk, 110 liters per person per year. So there's a big demand and there's a big opportunity for milk production in Kenya. And so right now we only produce 3.5 billion liters of that 5.2 billion. So there's a large market and there's clearly a gap that needs to be responded to. And it's a key value chain in Muranga County. It occurs in some counties, in some sub-counties within the county. It accounts to 61%, up to 80% of the population is involved in dairy, in the dairy sector. So in 2019, these were the last statistics we could find. Unfortunately, we would prefer to have more recent data. The county produced 79,984,450 kgs of milk from 324,540 dairy cows. So there is potential for growth in the sector. And so now I'll hand over to Jackie to take you through our methodology.
Thank you, Tula. So in our methodology, we looked at 4 things. We defined the problem and the scope, and then we did a desk literature review of policies, strategies, and plans, then conducted a field research through stakeholder interviews and focus group discussions, and finally interpreted the research data and analyzed the findings. So when we looked at the credit finance in the agriculture sector, we noticed something interesting. In the agriculture sector, we have crops and livestock. So for the livestock sector, we realized that 4.5 billion of credit financing goes to the livestock sector, with the dairy sector consuming 4.48 billion. And in comparison to the crop sector, which takes about 14.5 billion. What does this mean now for in terms of ALP? As you saw, we are trying to enhance access to credit to our dairy smallholder farmers. But then what we also looked at was what factors were also affecting milk production. As mentioned by Tula, we have a deficit. So the issues were limited extension services, climate fluctuations that affect localized fodder production and water availability, poor quality animal feeds that also affect the yield, high cost of inputs such as animal feeds and drugs, limited, expensive, or unreliable artificial insemination services, again, which affects the quality of the breeds, and suitable financial products based on production history, that is previous milk deliveries. So those are the assumptions that we looked at to define the scope. And then we developed our theory of change, which was to look at the specific constraints that limit agricultural lending to the sector to help transform the smallholder dairy producers to become profitable enterprises. This we were looking at through partnerships with financial institutions so that they could develop innovative financial products in a cost-effective and sustainable manner that would now expect to increase the dairy productivity, the dairy producers' incomes and employment in the country that would assist in poverty alleviation. So in the theory of change, the inputs were the development of the project concept, the funding that we received from AGRA, and then the expertise from the team and other stakeholders that we looked at. What were the activities? We did stakeholder mapping, then we did meetings with Equity Bank and Amica Circle, who were, once we conversed with the county government officials and the farmers, we realized these two were quite popular with the members. We also had meetings with the members of Rushu Dairy and Kikama Dairy Cooperative Societies. They are the stakeholders we are going to work with. And then the county government officials in cooperative and livestock in Muranga County. Then what were the outputs? A suitable low interest loan product for inputs acquisition by cooperatives, buy-in from dairy producers, and lending to cooperatives instead of individual farmers because of economies of scale. So it is easier to lend to the cooperative society than who can then on lend to their members. So which means affordability. Then what are the immediate outcomes? 1,000 trained dairy producers in financial literacy, because they also need to understand what they need to be able to do the books that they need to be able to keep, to be able to access and fully utilize the product. then 250 dairy producers getting access to finance, wholesale low interest rate because of the economies of scale, and going towards the numbers through the cooperative society, longer term credit line, and cheaper inputs for members of cooperatives. Expected impact of this is increased milk yields, increased access to financing, and increased income generation. Overall target being enhanced access to credit for the dairy value chain, actors for inputs to increase yield production. That's where we saw the challenge was. So financing to enable them to access quality inputs to increase yields. I'll now hand over to Anne.
Hello, everybody. I'm Anna Mutinda. I work with the Ministry for Cooperatives and Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development. I'm going to discuss the issue of how we went about analyzing the problem. We looked at the root causes and what are the consequences. Who are the influencers in this space, and what outcomes do we have? In terms of root causes, we have the issue of lack of prudential guidelines, unsuitable financial packages, a low production by the dairy sector. We also have poor access to markets, low financial literacy by the farmers, which prevents them from accessing finances. We also have disorganized value chain actors from production to marketing or to consumption. There is lack of organization at that juncture. And also we have high risk. Generally, agriculture is perceived to be a high risk area, and because it depends mainly on the rain, it's rain fed. Even for production of the pastures and the feed for the livestock. When we have drought like we've had for the last three years, it really impacts on production. We also have a lack of insurance cover. Generally, we have very low insurance cover in the dairy sector. And again, we have the issue of aging farming communities. That impacts on their appetite for finances or for credit, because generally they are very risk averse. As a result of that, then we have a limited financial need, unmet financial needs. Also, you find that there's very low mechanization and frequent milk shortages, which are alternated by gluts. When we have adequate rainfall, then we have a lot of production. When we have drought, then the production really goes down, and we have to do a lot of importation to meet the needs of the people. Whom do we need to influence in this space? We need goodwill from the political sector, from the politicians, that's especially at the county level, because that's where we have the extension service provision. Agriculture is devolved in Kenya. So in terms of extension and advisory provision, it's mainly from the county level. We're also looking at bureaucratic influence. Here we're looking at technocrats and generally people who do the programs that are meant to increase or to impact on the dairy sector. We also need buy-in from the private sector, because agriculture is mainly a private sector industry. Everything, if you look at it critically, all the value chain actors are private sector people, starting from the input suppliers, the farmers, the marketers, all through they are private sector. So if we don't have a strong buy-in from the private sector, then we cannot do any impactful intervention. Outcomes of this scenario, we are saying if we have the buy-in especially from the influencer side, then we'll have guidelines in place which will increase funding that is going to agriculture. We're also looking at more farmers being able to access finances from both the cooperatives, that's the savings, the credit and savings cooperatives, as well as from the other financial institutions. And then we'll have access to affordable finance. Yeah, we did a bit of a in-depth analysis of this problem of inadequate access to agricultural financing. And we arrived at two major causes of that problem. And one of them is the formal financial institutions are not willing to lend to farmers. And most farmers cannot meet the requirements put forward by the formal financial institutions. And as a result, they mainly go to the Shylocks, they borrow from their neighbors and from their family. So you find that the sources of finance that are easily accessible to the farmers are really costly. Like if you look at the Shylocks, the interest rates are just out of this world. But again, if they have to rely on the family savings, then they are not adequate. So what is making the financial institutions not to be willing to lend to the farmers? One of them is we don't have financial incentives good enough to encourage the private sector, that is the financial institutions, to lend to the farmers. The other thing is the low level of insurance for the farmer. Then you find that the risk is just too high. Most financial institutions don't want to go there. And then there is also lack of collateral. Generally, most dairy farmers do not have the required collateral, which is required by the financing institutions. And why are most farmers not able to meet the credit requirements? One, we have inadequate access to market, especially when there's a lot of milk, then the buyers somehow disappear because there are not many. So when there's a lot of milk, they cannot absorb everything. And there's that challenge. The other issue is the low production at the farm level. Generally, as you saw, there are very many cows, for example, in Muranga. But when you compare the production, the annual production, to the number of cows, then there's a big gap. And that is caused by, among us, the other factors that we talked about, what impacts on production. Then you also have high post-harvest losses, as well as low literacy by the farmers. We try to evaluate the alternative solutions. And you can see amongst the solutions that we looked at, we have increasing production. We looked at reducing post-harvest losses, increasing financial literacy, increasing market linkages. And we weighed them against that criteria of affordability, feasibility, impact, and time span within which you expect to get the benefits. And we settled at increasing financial literacy because in terms of affordability, we found it is cheaper. Feasibility, it's highly feasible. And in terms of impact, it can have a very high impact. And the time span is very short. At this juncture, I invite Peter to take us through the next session.
Thank you so much, Anne and Tule and Jackie. Again, for remembrance, my name is Peter. So I'm just going to take us through, Jackie took us through the theory of change, just to deep dive a bit on some of them. We looked at the main objective of this project, which was to increase financing to the small-scale dairy farmers. We made our goal SMART and wanted to achieve at least 10% of the smallholder farmers in Murang'a County. We had some specific objectives. Of course, is to mobilize the farmers to open bank accounts. This is very important because the finance institutions make that as a requirement, because that's the only way they want to know how the funds will be channeled in and out from the farmer to repaying the loans. Of course, equip the farmers with the financial literacy. One of the challenges of agriculture in Africa is farming is not taken as a business. And if we really want to bring change and transformation in agriculture, that's a very critical component that farmers need to take on farming as a business. And so they need to be educated. They need to, we need to build their capacity. And then, of course, to support them in getting finances for their enterprise. For our ILP, we were targeting at least 1,000 farmers, and by the end of the pilot, which we want to run, is at least 150 of them would have had access to finance. We did stakeholder mapping, as you saw in the theory of change. So we looked at different stakeholders. We realized, which was basically the theme of this program is about collaborative leadership. And so we looked at all these stakeholders, right from the farmers themselves, the dairy producers. Murang'a County, as Anne has indicated, now agriculture is one of the devolved functions in Kenya. Of course, we looked at the national level, the Minister of Agriculture. It has now changed its new name under a new government. And then, of course, the financial players, the Equity Bank, and then Equity Bank Foundation and Amica Sacco. Of course, the dairy cooperative at the county level. Of course, we were a major stakeholder in this project. And then, of course, AGRA, which is behind all this program. So some of the insights and findings from our stakeholder engagements, as some of my team members have indicated, we did have several stakeholder engagements, the ones that I've just listed in previous slides. We found out that there is very low level of production, which leads to low access. A few of these things might be repetitive, so I'm not going to go through all of them. Financial literacy is a major problem when we engage with the circles and even the farmers. Delaying farmers, payment to the farmers is a major problem, and this is leading to side selling. Remember, we live in a cash economy. It's not like in Europe or in America, where people live on a credit card economy. For us here, you need cash to do just everything. And so that is causing the side selling, which is just compounding the problem. And then, of course, the underfeeding, some of those things were already mentioned. So achievements to date, we've held several stakeholder meetings. had a meeting with Equity Bank. I think I remember at least 2 meetings with the team from Equity Bank. We had introductory discussion with the officials at the Agricultural Ministry in Murang'a County. We held meeting with the SACCOs on the ground, had stakeholder consultation meetings, and we met with the farmers down in Murang'a County, and then of course the dairy cooperative societies. In the interest of time, these are just some of the recommendations. Really, it needs to be a whole value chain approach when we are trying to address this problem. And in terms of the actions and who should take those actions as listed on that table, I'm not going to go through everything there. And finally, in terms of the lesson learned, I'll invite Tole to come and close up for this last minute.
So from the coursework, I note our time is almost done. So especially with our ALP, we recognize the biggest driver is what's in it for them, right? The WFM that we learned. So not just the issue of availability of funds, a better understanding of the dairy value chain, and the main constraining factors to accessing finance or low production. It's a whole value chain approach, as we said. And then with regards to teamwork, we of course went through the whole process of storming into norming and performing. So looking at how do we influence people who you do not work with directly, who are not in your institution. Problem solving was a major part of our lessons learned. And I think similar to Uganda, recognize that it would have been easier or better to start it in the field than at the desk level. And then influencing others, we had to lean on that quite significantly, as you saw from the stakeholder mapping that we managed to get done. And so we came up with this model. And I won't, oh dear, wow. Just because I'm rushing.
I think it's trying to say something.
I know.
So 30 seconds
I
literally
know.
to wrap
So
up.
essentially it was okay. So like we mentioned, it's a wholesale lending product to make sure that we don't lend directly to farmers. It's lending by an institution like a SACCO or a bank to a cooperative which has members, and then can allow for them to directly lend to their members because it provides increased security. Also then allows for leveraging on economies of scale to access more affordable and quality inputs, because those are the challenges, as you saw in our theory of change. And then cooperatives have the available infrastructure, they have the credit history, they have the economies of scale for wholesale purchasing, and then the communal accountability mechanism to minimize loan non-performance. So in the end, we identified a number of critical areas. The main one is to launch the pilot program, and we have agreed that we will continue with this product. There's a new version of the profit program. If you remember, one of our examples for performance in agriculture, which IFAD will be funding, and AGRA will be the technical partner. So we hope that we can partner with them on financing the dairy value chain. We need to support strengthening of lending practices. And part of that is also working with CBK as the next step, which is the Central Bank of Kenya, to ensure that there are prudential guidelines that will reduce the cost of lending to farmers, essentially, and make sure that the bank industry and the lending ecosystem provides for farmers in an appropriate manner. We want to create a sensitization campaign. Sorry, I'm all over the place. And then finally, capacity building to our farmers. I think that's one of the critical areas that we recognize was needed for them to ensure that their production increases. Lastly, noting that His Excellency announced the National Milk Coolers Program, I think this is something that we can leverage off of as a program because it is cooperative focused and will support in terms of the post-harvest loss management and ensure that they have access to market and continued cycling of that funding. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, team. Use your whole 30 minutes and a bit. A minute's left, or they were exactly, okay. I'm wondering if the time stopped for a second. So we'll hand to the panel just because we do have one more presentation and we're about 40 minutes behind because of all the delays today. Could I ask the panel to just very quick, very succinct, noting also that each group only has half an hour to share 16 months of work, which is very short. So if I could ask each panelist, will take only 2 or 3 and just one question each if possible. So do go ahead.
Thank you, Team Malaika, for that nice presentation. I was initially worried when I saw 325,000 animals producing only 75 million liters, about 20 liters per animal per year. That was a little bit too worrying. But I think you have very well explained the situation and your intended intervention. What didn't come out clear to me is the approach you are giving. You are talking about financial literacy, then you are talking about cooperative approach, then you are talking about opening bank accounts by the farmers. Naturally, the way cooperatives operate, members have accounts with the cooperatives. So the relationship was not coming out very clear in terms of guidance to what the farmers would do. We appreciate one of the key problems to farmers is access to credit. And your topic, your objective was affordable credit. So it means there's an element of credit available, but what is actually the problem, why they can't access the credit was not clear. The issue here was about affordable credit. Yes, the credit is available, but the affordable credit is the issue. So that linkage, you may need to speak to it a bit so that it's clear to me. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Team Malaika. It was great. And I love this problem. Interestingly, actually, AMI is doing another project with AGRA specifically looking at access to finance for SMEs in the agri sector. So we should definitely explore a bit more. And there are some really similar findings. Overall, it felt to me really rigorous, and you got to it felt like you were using the 5 whys tool like every time at every stage, you know. Like I thought that was really impressive. Like you would solve a bit of a problem and then realize there were 5 layers below it and try to solve that. I think a bit like Peter, I am a little unclear on the way forward. I'd love to understand a bit more. So you've identified these challenges on the demand side of finance with financial literacy and kind of loss of produce, all those things. Yet I'm unclear on the supply side, and it's a really hard thing to solve. So what's next? I'd love to understand a bit more. Thanks.
Right. Thanks. Because of time, I do agree with Peter and Rebecca. I think, again, this is a very excellent issue to address, especially as it's on the front burner of national discourse as far as agriculture and livestock is concerned. So this will probably help to drive the new policy on increasing competition in the dairy sector going forward. I think what's important, and it's similar to what Rebecca had said, is, look, we're very clear on the challenges. Excellent. I think we're very clear as to what the dairy farmers like. Maybe something more to understand why the farmers are not opening bank accounts. Why are we seeing that these dairy farmers don't have bank accounts? I mean, I heard you when you say it's a cash economy. You're very correct to a certain extent. But I think it's because there's a sense of the fact that they think it's this small little business I'm doing to survive every day. You know, they are not being entrepreneurial about it, right? So maybe a business development support would have been one of the solutions that could have been proposed here. Second is, on the other side, maybe I missed it, so please help me. Did you address the issue of de-risking those loans? Because if the farmers are willing to, if you said the banks are willing to lend, what are the banks asking for? What's the collateral? Are they asking for the cows? Or do they want something else? Because they are not going to let that money go like that, right? Yeah. But excellent. Thank you.
Thanks so much to Team Malaika. and to my fellow panelists for those comments. This is a relevant, important topic for farmers. In And when you think about it, you will realize that that's the challenge that we really have. There's, lip service from the financial institutions, with apologies to anybody that's from a bank or something like that, where they say, hey, we love farmers, we want to lend to farmers, but I study financial statements a lot and I see who they actually lend to. Yeah. If you do that, you realize that what we see is lip service. They do not find farmers as attractive for lending. On the other hand, farmers are risky. He says we should de-risk farming. So that's the crux of the matter, and I hope that your team, with this product that looks to have very good potential, can get to it. My understanding is that you have a new project co-implemented by AGRA that could potentially take this and make it something. And I would urge you to latch onto that, I think it was profit or something. What did you call it? Yes. Yeah. If they can take it and develop it further, this could be revolutionary for the dairy industry. Thank you.
Go ahead. Here, let me give you this so the people can hear you.
Yeah. In our rush to finish, sorry about the time management, but because we felt, to be honest, a part of the challenge we had, and we gave that feedback back to the facilitators, is we went through a process of analysis paralysis, right? The issue of having to reassess and assess. But anyway, we finally got to our ALP project, and it was essentially this. It's an ecosystem where looking at the cooperative society, which is the FCS, is funded by the SACCO or a bank. So we had spoken to Amica and Equity Bank, and they're, we've developed a product with them. Actually, we've co-designed one, and it's currently going through their credit committees for us to then be able to fund cooperatives to then provide for inputs. We found that it's not an issue of the money per se. It's an issue, one, that it's affordable, but what are you financing for? It's for increasing productivity, right? To then be able to afford and circulate that money again, and then create an enterprise out of your dairy operations. So this is the flow chart. The SACCO lends to the Farmer Cooperative Society, which then buys the inputs and provides them to the dairy producer, which is the farmer. And then the farmer sells the milk, which is the blue line, back to the farmer cooperative, because that's the market that we have in Kenya. The cooperative then sells on to the buyers, who then pay into the SACCO account that is for that cooperative. That cooperative then receives the balance of funds minus obviously the loan cost, okay, Zoom, and then pays the balance to the dairy farmer, right? And the intention is that in the end, the dairy producer can then now be a direct borrower to the SACCO or the bank in the end, once they have built the capacity in terms of their future borrowing and the savings or earnings that they have had. So like we said, the wholesale lending product is to ensure that there is some securitization and there's value earned by all value chain actors in the dairy sector. I think because of time, I'm sure we'll have other times to then, or more time to then unpack it further, but this is essentially the design of the product. We were not expecting farmers to open bank accounts. That was our initial assumption. I think we forgot to state that, that our initial assumptions that we expected that farmers would then have to open bank accounts. But from our lessons learned, And from the recommendations on the ground, we came up with this product where farmers don't have to open an account. They already, like Peter has mentioned, they're already members of a cooperative. They then lend or they borrow through their cooperative society. So this is using the social accountability mechanisms that are already established. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Let's appreciate them. Team Malaika, well done. And I think the people who are managing the Zoom are taking notes. There's some ideas there for you all, I see, from Nigeria and other peers who actually have joined us virtually to also celebrate you. So we'll keep an eye on that. So let's ask Team Agri Production from Rwanda to share their presentation with us. And again, we'll try and keep it short and sweet. And then after this, we'll take another break. Oh, you need the clicker. And the microphone is here as well. You have to speak.
I think for the morning, everybody was just looking on the right side. So now it's a time to change and come look on the left. Thank you. My name is Francois Tenyumva. I'm from Rwanda, Agri Production Team. I'm with Mukagi Mugema Alice. She's there. And Mutoni Jadodien. Other people didn't make to come today. So here we are talking about increase the role of private sector in value chain development. What does it mean? It means that we have been observing private sector along the maize value chain, but without playing a big role. So we want to increase. If we increase this role played by private sector, what can happen? That is what we were going to see along this presentation. Next. Next slide. Starting our story of our action planning project, I give you a kind of background based on figures. From 2007, the government of Rwanda have been investing a lot of money in agriculture intensification, which means input availability and accessibility, which means extension, which means also post-harvest handling and storage, also trading. And if you look at this graph, you will see from 2007, if you compare the potential yield of the maize variety that you have in Rwanda, you compare it to achieved yield, you will see Rwanda is still below 50% of the potential, despite the means invested in that crop. Probably by 2011, 2012, the yield was somehow very high, higher than 2 metric tons per hectare, when we were supposed to get at least 6-7 metric tons according to the potential of the variety. And after 2013, you see, then also the yield goes back, declined. Another story, next slide, please. At the national level, if you look at economics, statistics, and figures as published by the Ministry of Finance and the World Bank in Kigali, you will see this slide. Agriculture has been achieving a growth of more than 5% since 2023 up to very early in 2000. Also, you will see as I presented in the previous slide, the input intensification has declined. Why? You can imagine why. Also, you see, there have been an area expansion, and that makes the total factor of productivity, it becomes higher. You will see it captures a kind of efficiency, but also which is linked on weather condition. You increase land under cultivation, you have very good weather, you can achieve a very good yield. That is positive, but it's volatile if you consider the actual climate change. There is a very high risk in that area. Also, as we concluded from we have seen in the previous slide, the productivity per hectare has been declining year after year. That's why our group, our team, agri-production team, we said we can work on this. So what did we find as broken element? Next slide, please. Next slide. So we decided as a team, we cannot work on all the country. You cannot, to be realistic within our means, we can only be focused on one cooperative composed by smallholder farmers and located in the pure rural area, and see what can happen. When we go to that cooperative, which is called Kotumu, which is located in the Gakenke district, that is in the northern province, we have realized that only 34% they are accessing fertilizer. Despite the intensive activity of government, despite smart Kugandire, which is a subsidy program, still the people accessing fertilizer are at 34%. Also, as you know, getting input is not enough. You need also knowledge. If you look at extension services, only 53% are accessing extension service training or in agriculture practices. If you look at people, you look at what they are just trained to be handling the post-harvest, you see only 4.6% are accessing on training on that matter. And you see also maximum of 8.6% are trained on how to handle, how to deal with disease and pest management. 3% farmers have only 3% only have agribusiness skills, and 14% farmers are only enrolled in financing schemes. If you look at them, there is no direct link with grain buyers. They are involved in maize, but they don't have direct link with the grain buyers. Next slide, please. So, proposing our ALP as an increased role of private sector along this value chain was just to address those issues that I mentioned on the previous slide. And the project that we proposed was aligned to the national policy and priorities. If you look at the topic, you will see we are targeting maize, and maize is one of the major crops consumed by human people, also, which is very, very important in animal feeding. Maize is one of the top priority crops focused that the government is focusing on it in crop under crop intensification program. We are also, as a policy, we talk about Rwanda agriculture strategy for agriculture transformation. If you read it, the one take home you will get from it is involvement of private sector and private sector leading the process of Rwandan agriculture transformation. Also, the ministry to implement that policy, there is a policy action that they did, which is private sector leveraging strategy. It was to support private sector to be more, to have more capacity and skills to be able to drive the agriculture sector in Rwanda. So this slide was about alignment with government policy and the priorities. Thank you. Next slide. So as a team, our goal was to increase the role of private sector in boosting maize productivity that contribute to resilient and sustainable food system of Rwanda. It was ambitious, but together with private sector, we can achieve it. Next slide, please. To do that, we have set some activities that will allow us as a team to be able to achieve that goal. The first activity was to facilitate a proper maize production seasonal preparation. That is very key. If you look at two different cases that have been presented before, you see private sector waiting for production. In terms of quantity, in terms of quality. But here, the element that we bring in is to involve from the beginning, from the planning, the private sector, working together with cooperative from the beginning. Also, we supported the cooperative Kotumu to mobilize farmers to implement correctly the seasonal activity and the roadmap. That is very important. We can plan better when it becomes to implementation. If you are not there, the people will keep it as a good document, but not implement the activities among your roadmap. Also, we supported Kotumu as a team. We supported Kotumu to divide the members in different zones, because you cannot take more than 1,000 farmers at the same time. So we divided into 11 zones, and in those 11 zones, we allocated agronomists and farm facilitators, all of them funded by private companies. Also, we have had some different meetings with Kotumu and its partners, who mainly are KGB, Kirimo General Business, and the One Income Fund, to make sure they are supplying timely the inputs, seed and fertilizer. Also, to make sure Kotumu is also respecting the contract that they have signed with the two companies. Also, we provided also the feedback and advice regularly to leadership of Kotumu, because it was a kind of monitoring. If you are not together with them, they can walk away and blame each other. But when you are together with them every time, every month, every quarter, you are sure that they are on the good way. Next slide, please. Next slide. So, doing that, the expected results were the high level of adoption of use of fertilizer and seeds, improved seeds. You see, they were at 34%. Our goal and our objective, our expected result was 75, at least 75% of farmers in Kotumu were supposed to use improved input. Also, 75% of farmers in Kotumu were supposed to receive proper extension services from land preparation up to post-harvest. The yield expected from the beginning was 4 metric tons per hectare. At the beginning, the yield was at 1.7. So to be realistic, in one season, we targeted 4 metric tons per hectare if we do all activities as mentioned above. And we expected that when we talk about private sector, we forget sometimes that also farmer is private sector. So if he's not paid timely, do not expect him to be engaged with you. So as a result, we said, okay, all farmers will be paid timely at harvest because they cannot wait long time after harvest. They need the money to cover different needs. Next slide, please. So in Rwanda, the season has between 5 and 6 months. You have already harvested. You have already treated your produce. Even you have already, after 6 months, you have already sold your produce. So at the end of this season, as the team, we evaluated our contribution by collecting data efficiently and make sure what has been our contribution and make sure what has been the change among the cooperative members. So first, we have registered at 135 hectares were under cultivation, especially for maize in this cooperative. The yield achieved in average was 4.17 metric ton per hectare in 2022, when in 2020 it was 1.7. Also, we have registered that more than 1,600 farmers were involved in this activity. They received extension services, proximity extension services, and also in terms of post-harvest, how to handle the harvest, the best practices in terms of post-harvest handling and storage. And more than 1,260, they were involved in these saving schemes. They created small groups for saving schemes. Next. So, as I cannot take a lot of time on this slide because this shows what the group did to support the cooperative Kotumu to achieve what they achieved in the previous slide. Regular support to leadership, regular visit, the visit not to inspect, but visit to advise, visit to encourage people to do what they are supposed to do on the right time. Next slide, please. To illustrate what we have been saying, in terms of planning, in terms of implementation, in terms of harvest, in terms of post-harvest, but also in terms of dealing with those small group saving schemes. You can see the photos here. First, there are people visiting farms. Second, they are celebrating harvest under shelters, drying shelters. The third, the farmers are involved in threshing and post-harvest practices. Also, you see farmers were advised to be grouped in small groups for just mobilizing money through the saving groups. Next slide, please. And at the end, when farmers, after dealing with post-harvest activities, they sold their produce under the contract with KGB, the KGB paid them, but we didn't forget to recognize the best performer. The 3 top best performer have been awarded. And the other element, which is very, very strong in this process, is collaboration. You take all stakeholders, they come together at the planning period, but we don't forget them at the celebration period. You see the mayor of district, when we organized the Farmer Field Day as the team, we have been supported by AGRA to organize this field day. The mayor came to recognize the best performer. The first photo, you have mayor of the district of Gakenke. The second photo on your right, you have the 3 awarded people, the 3 top performer in terms of yield. I remember the first one had 4.67 metric ton per hectare. And you see here, Alisa is our member recognizing the best performer. But in our culture is in Rwanda, you cannot give you only certificate. We give you means. We give you means to be able to have capacity to produce more. We give you means to have to feed your, to contribute your food system in-house. That's why the best performer have received everyone one good cow, improved breed. Next. I think you cannot do this process without facing challenges. We have had 3 big challenges. The key one is climate change. We didn't have drought in our area, but we have had floodings and erosion. You know, Rwanda is a hillside country. To deal with that, we need really to treat it carefully. Also, the finance. Group Maraika, Team Maraika has said it. You go to bank as private, you borrow money, and sit to get money at the right time, they give you money with at least 1 month of delay. We had that problem. Also, operational cost of the cooperative need to be covered. We have been sanitizing farmers to contribute on that from the price, selling price, but it is not enough. What can we take as lesson learned? Really, the collaboration between government officials, local government, I mean, private sector, and the farmers, if they work together, not blaming each other, they work together, they can achieve more. The food production can be, the food productivity can increase, and you can just sustain our food system. The contract farming is a good tool, but at this level we are specific. The people, if we sign a contract as private with a group of farmers, you don't stay there and you wait farmer bringing a product. You go, you work with them, you help them to increase their productivity and to increase the quality of product. Also, the obtained yield, high yield, increase not only revenue for farmers, but also increase the livelihood of farmers, socio-economic. We have seen in this cooperative, many people paying the community health insurance based on the money they received from this contract. There is also the service rendered by cooperative, which farmers contribute to the service that they receive from cooperative. That is, it's a kind of a mindset. The farmers in the past used to have for free services. Now they can contribute. If you calculate it very well, in the contract you include your price, in your price, the part to cover those services, it can work. Also composting. Composting makes the land and the soil to have more capacity for productivity and sustain the productivity of your soil. We learned also that the rotation is key important. Next, please. We recommend that the process that we have started will continue in the private sector together with Kotumu. They are engaged on the long-term contract. That is good. We recommend also composting as a key element because with climate change, we manage very well our soil and the crop can resist for 1, 2, 3 weeks when you have a very good soil, quality of soil. And you cannot have it with only chemical fertilizer. You can have it with also utilizing the manure and make sure your soil is kept in the good way. The contract farming is a good tool, but it cannot be achieved, as I said, if the people, they don't live together. The physical presence is key in this process. Introduce also the IT tools. We have been observing that the farmers divided in different zones. You dispatch agronomists, you dispatch the farmers facilitator, it is costly. But if we integrate the IT tools, and Rwanda is a country where the penetration of mobile phone is high. I think now we are at 87% of penetration. Creating a kind of contact center can resolve that issue of extension services. So we advocate for inclusive finance, as said, as developed by the previous group. Also, not only finance, but also insurance. Because of this weather, because of different disease, we need to insure the product. Next, there is a take-home that I want to share with you. This is a model which has been developed by the World Bank, and it is being disseminated in different ways. In the World Bank, each 10 years or 20 years, they have different models. Now, in agriculture, there is this model to involve more private sector. So, with our journey in this case, in our ALP, we have been confirming this model can work. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your kind attention. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm just making sure my mic is on. And thank you for bringing us to the other side. Important lesson. Again, panel, over to you, but I'm going to ask you to keep it short, sweet, and just one question each. So please go ahead. And would you like your team members to join you up here? Perfect.
Well, okay. Thanks so much to the agri-production team for your presentation, which again is very relevant, like the others, on a crop that's important. My question is, first of all, there's an assumption, and I think it's probably right, that there's a change in production due to the interventions that you made because of the figures you showed us earlier. But if one was to subject that to a proper M&E approach, you would have to show that this wasn't just a unique year, you know? It wasn't just that farmers in Rwanda in general were producing more. So this is why sometimes in M&E setups, we have control farmers and, you know, things like those. But I take your word for it. I think that these interventions led to that, was it 4 metric ton on average or 4 point something increase, which is really great. Kudos for that. Question then is, will these good results be sustained, and how? The reason I ask that question is there are many interventions like the one you have described in the past that come and give us some good results. And then when the intervention is not there, the farmers go back to their old habits, if you like. The intensification is much less. The good habits are not sustained. The system reverts back to normal, if you like. So have you thought of how to maintain the levels that you are now reaching with them, with these interventions? That's my question. I don't have time to go into more details, but obviously at lunchtime, coffee time, we can discuss more. And I'm really interested in this production alliance by World Bank and whether this is really different. You've said this was a private sector intervention. I wonder whether it's not just a whole of system. Was private sector really the key here, or the fact that everything was put together and then changed things? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Team Agri Production. That was great. Yeah, my question, I think, builds on Robert's. I thought what was so interesting is that where some other teams focused on a very specific intervention at slightly larger scale, you've gone very specific to a specific district and a specific co-op. But then you've implemented quite a large range of different solutions. And I understand why, because you're taking the systemic view. But I guess my question would be then, similar to Robert's, when you're not involved, what is the specific difference or the innovation, or what was it that shifted here that could be replicated and scaled beyond everyone doing everything a bit better? Because there are many different interventions. But what realistically is the intervention that could be extracted and replicated or scaled to have impact, do you think?
Thank you for that nice presentation, and very good towards addressing food security and food systems. When I listened to the topic, your title, the title of your presentation, then towards the end, I realized that I was not able to relate the exact role of the private sector in your work. I realized that private sector were engaged in two levels: extension, and they were actually the actual producers. So essentially, what were you addressing in your work in terms of the intervention? Because at the end of the day, we realized you are working towards increased productivity of maize. Then I also asked myself, why did you limit yourself to 4 metric tons? And you say the potential is 7. Or do you have an indication of we want to improve beyond 4 metric tons per hectare? Because the potential seems to be there. Look at your recommendations in relation to the title. That speaks also to my first concern, the exact role of the private sector. What exactly were you trying to address? Thank you.
Okay, so I think just about take 5 minutes or less just to respond.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Maybe I start the one for sustainability, because yeah, we had the good results, but it was not just for us, because we had the cooperative on the ground, we have the private sector there, but they are not really collaborating, they are not really working together. So when we are doing the meeting with the private sector and even the farmers, the cooperative, we say that it will be better if we can organize them in small groups. Then normally in Rwanda, we have that farmer facilitator schemes, but they are not paid. So for us, what we did, we just that if you have the target for reaching 4 metric tons, and if you are able to help your group to achieve that target, you get incentives. So now within the cooperative, they're not just working for free, they're working for getting incentive. And from that, because they have seen that it's achievable, they have set another new target. It's not just stop for 4 metric tons, but they want to go beyond because of that spirit of getting incentives. So because they are working themselves within the cooperative, and then the private sector is still there because they are working on the contract farming, all of them staying together, there will be sustainability.
Yeah, to add on, I would also like to say that maybe, I mean, this is not the end of our project. We believe that we will be working, we will continue to follow up with them. There are some, I mean, from our working institutions, maybe we will be following up with them. And if some other project maybe can support us, we believe that that will also help in ensuring the sustainability of our project. Thanks.
Yeah. To comment on the question raised, I think the approach that you have been supporting as a team is an established approach which is there. And the role of the team was to facilitate and speed up the process. Otherwise, the farmers are there, they are happy with collaboration with private sector because of the money that they are getting. The price that they are receiving is really encouraging. So the role of private sector was from the provision of input, extension, as we demonstrated it. Extension has been provided by private sector to farmers, and the price at the end was really encouraging. And if you see, the Farmer Field Day have been organized by the private sector, supported by AGRA, just to encourage again people and farmers to make more yield. So we expect next year will not be at, as I said by Jean Dodier, at 4.17 metric ton, will be probably at 6.5 or 5, and we expect that will continue. The issue of sustainability, really the collaboration between private sector and farmers is sustainable than to collaborate with projects, as we used to have it, than the collaboration with government intervention. Because all of them, they are motivated by money that they are getting. Without the money, they will not collaborate. They go out to contract. But with money, everybody is attracted to work hard to get more money again. I think the question raised at the third question is about the role as it is stipulated in the title. What do we see at the end? At the end, you conclude, if the private sector is more engaged, not on paper, physically, working together with farmers, they can achieve more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we all appreciate this great team from Rwanda? Thank you very much. All right, thank you. So we have managed to get through 5 group presentations, and that's incredible. So congratulations, and thank you for your presence. Now, what we're going to do, it's time for us to take care of our own food security. Maybe also add ourselves to the how many billion liters of milk drunk in Kenya per year? So let's go for lunch. My humble request to you is that we please come back by 2 sharp. We will start with Team Ethiostars. You will be going next at 2 sharp. Wairimu behind, where is Wairimu? Is standing at the door with vouchers, and lunch is literally walk down the stairs. It's just downstairs. So we're not going very far. Go have lunch. And let's try and be back here to start at 2 sharp. So it's actually Brenda who has the vouchers, and Brenda is at the back. So if you want lunch, make sure you see her. So go get your vouchers, have a quick lunch. Team Ethio Stars, you can set up, come back early, and we will proceed. So any of the doors, people have vouchers for your lunch.
Okay.